Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We're going to call the meeting to order, Board of Trustees regular meeting for January 9, 2026. Item 1.02 is a roll call. Clerk Hall, can I have the roll, please?
Yes, of course. Thank you. I am present. President Mayberry,
Here.
Dr. Nicolette,
Present.
Trustee Phoenix,
Present.
Trustee Smith,
Here.
Trustee Westlake,
Here.
Vice President Woodley,
Here.
Student Trustee Maya Hartley.
Here.
I think this might be our last meeting with Maya, so thank you. We have quorum.
No, thank you, Clerk Hall. And yeah, having acknowledged our student trustee, I will ask Maya Hartley, since this is your last meeting, if you can lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Item 1.04 is our land acknowledgement, and I've asked Trustee Phoenix if you would give us the honor of reading our land acknowledgement this afternoon.
We acknowledge that Washoe County School District schools and communities are situated on the traditional homelands of the three major tribes of the Great Basin Native American peoples, including the Northern Paiute, Washoe, and Shoshone tribes. We honor their ancestors past and present and recognize these lands as a continued gathering place for communities. We express our respect and gratitude for the opportunity to live, work, and learn here in Nevada.
Thank you, Trustee Phoenix. I'm going to take a point of personal privilege for a moment, and we want to acknowledge Maya Hartley for her service on the Board of Trustees. We have a short presentation, and we'll take a picture together. We have a stole that we're going to present to you. This is the only one in the district, since you are the only student trustee. So I'm going to present this to you, and Vice President Woodley has another gift that he will present to you as well. And we appreciate your service. We appreciate your valuable input and your presence throughout this school year. It's been an honor to serve with you, and on behalf of the board, and just want to wish you the very best and congratulations, and you'll be missed. Yeah. Just as a matter of information for my colleagues, the Student Advisory Committee recently conducted their elections for the 2026-27 school year. They elected two co-presidents who will share their responsibility of representing all students on the Board of Trustees. So we'll rotate. Miley Gomez is from Worcester High School, and Kaylee Federwish, I apologize if I'm saying that wrong, Kaylee Federwish is from North Valleys High School, and we look forward to seeing them both in August. And Ms. Hartley, don't hesitate to speak up. You still got time. Okay, we'll move to our consent agenda items. Staff is requesting to pull consent agenda item 2.09. This is the item that has to do with radio system. That will return at a future meeting for consideration. Any other trustees want to pull any items for discussion or additional consideration? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to call for public comment.
I have no cards for consent.
Okay. With that, I'll move, correction, if I can get a motion for the Board of Trustees to approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.08 and 2.10 through 2.14.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion from Trustee Smith and a second from Clerk Hall to approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.08 and 2.10 through 2.14.
President Mayberry, do you mind if I just share something?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, thanks. On this consent agenda, we have a couple of items reappointing or appointing new volunteers to several committees. And I just wanted to say, I personally, and I know Trustee Smith also knows personally how much work goes into these volunteer positions. And I truly, truly appreciate members of our community stepping up and taking that on these opportunities, because we rely so much on their expertise and the time that they give. And so I just wanted to publicly say thank you so much. I know how much time goes into it, and I truly, truly appreciate their commitment and dedication to our district.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Hall. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to items 3, items for presentation, discussion, information. We have we have 5 items on this part of the agenda. They're all possible action items. We'll hear 3.01. Superintendent Ernst is he's stepping out the meeting during the discussion of this particular item, consistent with Board Policy 9081, Section 2, subsection D. And this is the item to approve, modify, or enter into a written employment agreement with the superintendent of schools between the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees and Mrs. Tiffany McMaster on behalf of the Washoe County School District. Our presenter is our independent board counsel, Anthony Hall. We'll bring him up to the table. Good afternoon, sir. I'll just provide some high-level comments, and then we'll transition to Mr. Hall, who will dive into some details of the contract that's on the table before you. Vice President Woodley and I looked at overall costs of this particular contract and looked at 2 important aspects. We looked at the national averages. The contract is below the comparable market averages that you have before you. We also looked at the past 2 contracts. The contract before you is less than both prior superintendent's contracts, and again, we'll explain that, we'll outline that. It's less than the cost of the current superintendent contract had he stayed, and of course, it's significantly less than the superintendent Enfield's contract. I want to point out that this indeed is true without taking into consideration that inflation has incurred, and that this is less in real dollars as well in terms of the salary. So financially, this is a very fiscally conservative contract. Further, you'll notice that we've adopted a COLA averages from 2 of our bargaining units, the Washoe Schools Principal Association and the Washoe Professional Technical Association. The thought here was that we wanted to have our superintendent in the same boat as somewhat comparable bargaining unit employees. Superintendent retention was really high on our minds as we negotiated the agreement, and Mr. Hall will highlight some of those areas further. We also did something with this contract. I don't think it's been done before. We consulted our balanced governance consultant, Dr. Alsbury, to ensure that it's aligned with balanced governance. And in fact, he offered some language for us to use, which has made its way into the contract. So appreciate the time and effort that went into this on both sides. I'll turn the time over to Mr. Hall, our independent counsel, for his explanations and review. Thank you.
Thank you, President Mayberry. I'm going to go through this contract and just hit some of the highlights. I know that lawyers are sometimes known to be very talkative. We're paid by the hour. I'm going to try not to do that. So we'll try and go through this as quickly as possible. But I do want to hit some big points. The first thing I do want to point out is this is a negotiated contract, right? So there's no perfect contract. We have to come to agreement with the other side and determine what that looks like. And so, you always have the give and takes that happen here, but all told, we have a contract that I think is significantly a move forward, especially with regard to some of the things that President Mayberry mentioned. We looked at governance boundaries and incorporated that for the first time in the contract, which I think is important. Internal alignment was something that wasn't mentioned, and I'll bring that up a couple times as I go through this. We did mention compensation and retention, and both of those we looked at and tried to incorporate into the contract. At the same time, keeping it fiscally reasonable and something within your fiduciary obligations with regard to approving. So I'm going to start there. With regard to annual salary, the proposed annual salary is $287,500. And that is a number that when we looked at that from two different perspectives, we looked at that from a market perspective. And when we looked at it from a market perspective, there's the McPherson and Jacobson McPherson and Jacobson range. And if you look at the inflation since 2024, that puts the range $292,800 up to $239,000. So this agreed upon amount is actually below those ranges. And then if we look at the AASA National, that range is $320,000 all the way up to $426,000. So once again, the amount that we're proposing here is less than those national averages. And I think that that's a real significant point, because a lot of times public agencies like to put themselves in the median, right? Because you don't want to be the highest paying people, and because people say, well, what are you doing? You're wasting our money. But if you're near the lowest, it can be hard to recruit and retain people. We're actually on the bottom side of this number. So this is significant. We're getting a very qualified candidate, and we're getting them below the national averages that are out there. And so that's a significant thing to kind of be aware of. The second thing we did is we looked at the other contracts of the two prior superintendents. And when you put the numbers out there, once again, both in terms of real dollars and inflation dollars, this is a cheaper contract all told, both as far as base rate and when you start adding in COLA and the other things, it remains cheaper throughout. So back to kind of fiscally conservative, fiscally responsible, this contract is cheaper than the last two, even though we're now years forward and inflation has occurred. So in real dollars, this is actually cheaper, not taking into account inflation. So from a financial perspective, this is presenting a very fiscally wise choice, in my opinion. A couple of details of that. We specifically agreed to a cost of living allowance, and the cost of living allowance that we tied this to is specifically tied to the licensed administrators and professional central office staff, CVAs. And I bring that up as kind of important because the formula that went into those collective bargaining agreements was agreed to by both of those unions and was ultimately approved by this board. So it's a formula that aligns the superintendent now with two of your significant bargaining units with regard to whether or not they get a COLA. And given the financial status that we have right now, that may not occur or may be close to zero, depending on where those numbers come in. But once again, it's based upon aligning with those folks. The next thing that we looked at was an annual performance increase. And on this one, again, I think we have an improvement here. Joe Ernst's contract was at 2%, but the board could approve a number above that. There was no cap on it, and it just allowed for 2% or more. What we've done here is we've provided a 5%. But that 5% is specifically tied to whether this board rates her as highly effective or effective. So that doesn't happen if they're not meeting the objectives that you as the board set for her. So that's a really significant component. At the same time, it adds a significant financial component for her to meet those expectations that you guys set for her. So we have put a slightly higher percentage there, but at the same time, we've tied that very much to the ratings that you guys give her. The next component that we have is the longevity bonus, and this is one where it's less. Joe Arndt's contract had 5% on June 30th of 2027 and 8% on 2028. This contract does 3% only after the first 3 years. So you don't have this every year. You have a 3% if she stays for the full 3 years. And so we're trying to incentivize her staying. And then if the board decides to renew the contract for an additional 2-year period, there's an incentive to stay, and it increases that longevity bonus to 5%. So once again, they're both tied to the goals that were discussed as potentially important, and that's what we incorporated to try to make this happen in here. I'm going to skip now to Section 6, professional development. Professional development here, not a major issue of concern, but something I did want to take a little bit to point out. This is one where we had a little bit of a whipsaw. In Susan's contract, Dr. Enfield's contract, we had no limitations on it, and there were some concerns about what happened there. That was tightened all the way up to 5 maximum days in Joe Arndt's contract, and so that was seen as a little bit too restrictive, and so we've landed on 12 days, but additional can be approved by the district if that's necessary. And so I think we've got a better balance there instead of these two extremes that were in the 2 prior contracts. The next section that I want to talk about is Section 9, and that's on page 8 of it, and that's the board governance. This is a unique section that is essentially brand new, and this aligns with the board governance principles that we've been talking about with Dr. Alsbury. Specifically, we incorporated Board Policy 9088 into this and got feedback from Dr. Alsbury and made this language consistent with the principles and feedback he gave. So we have a new provision here that I think should be very much to the benefit of the district as a whole by helping define in the contract what the relationship is between the superintendent and this board. And then Section 10, the evaluation of the superintendent. This is, I've already mentioned, we specifically tied this increase to this evaluation provision. And there are 4 ratings: highly effective, effective, developing, and ineffective, which this board can give the superintendent. If this board gives the superintendent the first 2, the effective or highly effective, that's when that 5% step increase would be available. But if she's not meeting expectations and other 2 ratings happen, that 5% would not occur. And so we've tied it specifically to performance. And the last section that I wanted to point out, just from a big picture perspective, is the termination for cause provisions. Specifically, that's on page 10, beginning and continuing on to page 11. The big point I wanted to make there is that we tightened this up and made it much more consistent with making sure that if there is something going wrong, this board can take action for cause. And so we gave the language there a much broader scope than was what was previously there. And one of the new additions specifically includes any material breach of a policy, and that's a pretty significant difference than what was there before. So those are the major points that I wanted to point out from my perspective. Obviously, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to field those or attempt to field them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hall. Hall. Trustee Smith, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. Hall, and thank you to the President and Vice President for their work with this. I have a couple questions. But before I go into the questions, I'd like to start off with what I really like. In section 2, the term of the agreement, I think that the structuring with the 3-2-2-year format is really interesting. I didn't realize we could do that, and so I think that that's really innovative. So I like that quite a bit. Also, in section 3D, the new contract awards that 3% cash lump sum for the longevity payment in years 3 and 5% at both years 5 and 7. So that's a total of 13% at the 3 different value points over the 7-year period. And of course, Superintendent Ernst, like as you had mentioned, he received would have received the 5% at the end of year 3 and then 8% at year 4. So those are even in their percentage points, although for hers it's longer. And then Superintendent Enfield didn't have any longevity bonuses. This was a feature that we had added in the 2024 contract, and I really like this. So I'm in total support for the way that you have that structured. I think that looks really good. Also, I would like to say thank you for the section 6, the professional development. I like it overall, and I particularly like how it frames the importance of her continuing development. So professional development is something that we expect of all of our employees, and it's certainly important for a first-time superintendent. And this was one of the things that I had specifically brought to the president, so thank you so much for having that reflected here. And I have some questions for clarification. You did a great job, by the way. I was taking notes because those were some of my questions along the way. My first question is on section 10, the evaluation of the superintendent. Maybe just an easy clarification, but when it says June 30th of each year during the term, on or before June 30th of each year during the term, and then the next sentence says the preceding year. So can you just help my brain? Does this mean that her review would be completed by the end of, let's say we were talking about this school year, okay? Would her review be done by June 30th of the current year she was in, or would the review be done at some point before June 30th in the next school year? I couldn't understand.
Before June 30 of that year.
So we would do a review before the school year was even over. Walk me through that.
Of each year during the term. So when this comes back to June 30, you need to do one before that June 30 date, and you do that for each of the years.
So we would do her annual review before the school year was even done?
Yeah, by the way this has been set up.
Okay, I was hoping you were gonna say we would do it after. That's really unusual. How would we, I mean, for all the places I've ever worked, you do your review cycle afterwards. For example, just to be specific, we get SBAC scores and also graduation scores typically in September, give or take. I completely understand if we don't want to be hard and fast with the old October deadline, but I don't know how we would evaluate somebody in a current year when the year isn't even done. Because we can't go back. So here's the catch-22, okay? And we all probably, maybe when I'm saying this is gonna sound familiar. We can't look to previous years for evaluations. So we can't look at a previous school year when we found out, let's say, graduation rates or SBACs or whatever. We can't really pull that forward because that was the work at that year. How would we do that? Do we do that for literally any other employee in this? Do we evaluate anyone before the year's over? Okay, so I see heads nodding, and I'm excited to learn.
Yeah, so a couple of things here. Your point about the catch-22 is one that is, I think, legitimate. The date that was set here was a product of a lot of discussion and back and forth because there was pros and cons that were put out for lots of different possible dates. And so there's no one right answer that we could come to. One of the big things that ultimately was where we ended up arriving to with agreement was that June 30 aligns with the district's regular evaluations for other employees that are evaluated. In other words, one of the things I mentioned was alignment, and that's one of the places where we said, well, this makes sense to align. So we can look back at the things that were happened from everything from the prior evaluation through that one. Most of the data is in. We took a look at what kind of data and information should be available, and the vast majority of it should already all be in by that date. There's only a few places that we saw that would be trailing, and of course, you could look at that in the next evaluation period.
Okay, so let's explore that. And I'm certainly open to change. Traditionally, we have only been able to look at the work produced in that year. So it's not like, let's say we hold a grudge on something from 2 school years ago that we didn't like. We're really only supposed to be looking at this year. Is there a way to clarify or to strengthen the language around when, let's say, SBACs come out in graduation? Because that was the previous year, this board would never be able to look at academic achievement because it occurred in the previous year. And maybe we can phone a friend. How would that work? Because I think that that's important if we have any of those metrics. We would always be handcuffed to never be able to look back.
Yeah, so as I understand it, there's no reason or prohibition in this contract that doesn't let you look back in the events that occurred during that prior year that you're evaluating. There's also no prohibition from comparing the prior year to the current year to see what happened and why. So when you mentioned, like, I have an issue with something that happened the prior year, you certainly are able to look at what happened then compared to now and then evaluate how that went. That's why the board will be setting standards. That's why the board will be setting goals. So none of those datas are lost. It's just a matter of when you get to look at them. Balanced against that, because again, there was only a couple of things that we identified that come in later. The vast majority should already be there. One of the things that we had to consider when we were looking at the date and trying to come to agreement on it was when it comes to renewal of the contract. If you use a date in November or December or something like that, you're going to literally have to decide to renew before you've done the evaluation for that year that you're in. So it creates a disconnect by having a date that's later. You also then have to make all the salary and everything else retroactive. So again, there's no right way to do this. This does align with the vast majority of other district employees getting the evaluations, and the limited data points that weren't there. There is enough information, at least from discussion with staff, that we felt that this could be done effectively.
Okay, I like that too. Just to make sure that there's total clarity on this though, since the SBACs and the graduations come out later, are we definitively saying that the board could evaluate or have a metric or reference academic achievement even though it was affected in, we'll use this year because it's really hard with the analogies. If we were evaluating the Superintendent McMaster this year with the school year ending in 2026, we won't have the SBAC or the, graduation data until September. So school year 26, 27, are we explicitly saying that it would be okay to take the academic achievement from 25, 26 and consider that in her 26, 27 review?
That's as I understand it, and I don't have contract language that would prohibit that.
Very good. Then I'm good with that. Thank you so much. Okay, and hopefully any of this is good for everybody else. Okay, that, as long as we can do that, as long as we don't lose the ability to reference that in some way, then I'm good. Okay, thank you so much for that. Okay, moving on to 3A, the annual base salary. So, again, we started Superintendent Enfield, obviously, in 2022 at 310. Superintendent Ernst was a first-time superintendent at 280, and then this contract is 287.5. Mainly on this one, I just want to say thank you. I had provided the feedback that I wanted to see a starting value of under 290,000. So thank you so much for doing that. I do understand that it's less than national agencies. I'm going to put a little bug out there that not all, but a lot of our staff work under national averages. So I just want to be careful with that one. But overall, this is a thank you and a recognition of a good portion of the contract. So 3B, a question with this for the cost of living increases. So this is the return of the automatic matching cost of living increases. This is something that, really had a lot of public awareness and also board awareness. And as recently as 2 years ago, we were pretty united around automatic anything in terms of raises. So you've already clarified who we're referring to in the licensed administrators and the professional central office employees. Would it be possible, or would it be considered to be a minimum change to actually put the proper names of the associations? It's not really clear. So licensed administrators, when we reference them in Susan Enfield's contract, which was the last time we had this, that actually meant the leadership team, the 12-month licensed administrators. And then the professional central office employees. Some of our pro-techs aren't necessarily here, so I just wanted to suggest that we actually put the name of the associations that we're referencing. Although in general, I'm not comfortable with the section in general, but I do think that's confusing. So here's my question with this. So the superintendent oversees the negotiations day to day, and her direct reports also do all of the day-to-day negotiations. Of course, the board retains you to negotiate. We provide that authority to the superintendent and then ultimately to her subordinates, and they do this work. So the subordinates, the direct reports of the superintendent would ultimately be negotiating for an automatic increase to their boss. Walk me through that. I mean, yes or no, right? Her direct reports would be ultimately negotiating for something that would directly benefit their boss, which is the superintendent.
Well, I don't know that it's a direct benefit. We have a 3-year contract that would tie that benefit to what they get, and their contracts are already set at this point. Obviously, they'll be open for negotiation. If they were to negotiate something different, and that could indirectly affect the benefit or the COLA that would go to the superintendent. So yeah, that could be an indirect effect.
So that seems odd. So we know that we've got the contract set. I don't see a way around it not being inherently odd that direct reports would ultimately be negotiating for a direct and automatic benefit that doesn't come to the board, is not in a public meeting. It's the resurrection of that automatic increase. It's weird all around because the way we did it in Dr. Enfield's contract, she was ultimately able to give herself that because it was the leadership team that it was matched to. In this case, it's based on negotiation for 2 labor groups, but I gotta be honest, I find that to be inherently odd. You report to the superintendent on a day-to-day basis for negotiations. Like, how do we put the walls up around that?
Well, I think the walls occur from the negotiation process itself and the other things we look at fiscally. As an example, the formula that was agreed to for those 2 unions was ultimately a very detailed one that came from finance, and it's tied to an increase in the total general fund revenues. And it was a very formulaic one because we wanted to allow the possibility of a COLA, but we didn't want to have that happen when there wasn't funds increasing of a sufficient amount to pay for it. And so it tied it directly to essentially the financial ability of the district to pay that. Is it theoretically possible to have something go different in the next set of negotiations that could then downstream affect the superintendent? Yeah, I guess that is theoretically possible. Given the status of the negotiations and the folks that are at the table, I don't see that being any kind of motivating factor that would proceed in a way that would have an effect.
Yeah, no, I mean, that one is just, I see your light on. Do you have a question? Because I want this to be a conversation, so if you want to jump in, by all means.
Well, let me just, I'm not sure I understand the nexus with what Trustee Smith is suggesting. I mean, the WSPA contract and the WPTA ultimately are approved by this body. So I don't see how her direct subordinates are somehow, I fail to understand your connection, Trustee Smith.
Sure. So we have our finance team and we have our negotiators, and we have ultimately the CFO that comes to us and tells us what they can afford. And we've had groups get different COLAs over the course of time. For example, we had several contracts ago where the teachers union gave up their early separation package, and they were able to get a larger COLA. It's not always just across the board. There is variation. And this board is not afforded a representative in those direct negotiations. Senior staff does that for us, the direct reports of the superintendent. So by all means, if a majority of the board likes the idea of the superintendent getting an automatic increase and her own team being a part of navigating that, then that's how we all individually vote. I just want to be really clear that I don't think that that makes sense. I think that that is inherently conflicting or odd. It just is to me. But we don't have to dwell on it, because if a majority of people think that's completely okay, then I have other questions, so I'll just move on. But if anybody else has any thoughts on this, I would love to hear it, because we're dialoguing, so.
I do.
Trustee Westlake, go ahead.
Thank you, President Mayberry. I definitely do, and I appreciate your positive response. I truly do, Mr. Hall, to what people will do. But nobody can say, we hope that people will act in the best interest. I mean, we really do. We hope that if we are in really dire straits, we hope that everyone will be thinking in the best interest of everyone. But I think we all know that that does not always happen. So for us to bring in something, even though it's positive and I like it, but to bring in something that has no fact bearing whatsoever, because you and I really don't know how people are going to act in any given situation. We can only hope, but to put that forward as if it's a fact that people will act a certain way in a certain circumstance, that really has no weight in my mind, because I've seen people do some really strange things that are not beneficial to anyone else, and therefore not going to be beneficial to them, because we are either going to sink or swim in this boat together. But the other thing too is, you know, as a trustee, I can't just look at, I'm not just going to look at, it sounds great what we've got now. And thank you, Mark Mathers, I don't think he's here, but for thinking about, you know, well, if we're in this position, then it can only be this. And if we're in this position, it may not be anything. Because why did he do that? Because we don't know how people are going to act in any specific circumstance. That's why rails are put up. That is why rails are put up, and we only have those rails for a certain specific amount of time. I think, and I don't want to speak for a fellow trustee, but what I'm hearing is we are trying to ensure that rails are always going to be there, because we might not have Mark Mathers thinking we better put some rails up, we're not in good shape. I am trying as a trustee and being fiduciary responsible to taxpayers' money. I am the steward that was elected to look at taxpayers' money and to make sure those rails are up. And after what Mark Mathers had put in place, we are not going to have any rails.
So I'll make just a couple comments about that. I agree with you, we can't predict people's behavior. However, I don't agree that there's no rails. The first is that it's an average, so you would have to have something untoward happening with both units, and that is a rail. The second is the one that was mentioned by President Mayberry, which is ultimately this board votes on it and approves it. And so if the rates of those COLAs, when they're renegotiated, appear to be improper, in some way designed to influence and give something to the superintendent, this board can say no to it. And so there are guardrails. Whether those guardrails are what you might consider to be sufficient is obviously a decision you individually will need to make. In looking at this and in evaluating what I experienced with the folks that negotiated, particularly the language for the COLAs that are in those two contracts, those guardrails are pretty strong. That is a formulaic agreement. And yeah, it's possible that could be changed and all those other things that mentioned happen. I just don't see that as a realistic possibility.
Okay, I'm sorry, I've got one more thing because of something that you said, and I love this. I love this discussion. But you're saying if it came to the board and it wasn't something we felt we wanted to give the superintendent, but unfortunately, it's going to be tied to WIPTA and WISPA, which I'm hoping that language also gets cleared up, because just a general broad stroke of who is linked to this is, in my mind, is not very good legal language. But, so the board, it comes to the board after really all the negotiations are, wrapped up, and we do get, I want to be truthful here, we get updates. We do get updates. But I'm just saying, now it's tying WIPTA and WISPA, loosely, that's what I think we're talking about here. And from what you just said, if we don't feel that we want to give the superintendent that, and I will say, because we have her performance that we're going to be giving her, and we have eventually the longevity, which I hope we do get to that. I really do. But we have she gets the performance raise. So maybe at that time we're thinking, wow, maybe we're like, I don't think she should get a COLA and a performance and possibly even a longevity. Three separate things. I'm also thinking how that looks to our other employees inside of the school buildings. They only get a COLA and they get their steps, but their steps, I swear, my grandson that is just now starting to walk, their steps are smaller than his steps. It's so far behind. But in my mind, I'm looking at what everyone else is getting, and then I'm looking at, there's 3 bites to the apple here for the superintendent. And I'm all for rewarding people for doing exceptional work. I truly am, and that's why I love the performance. And thank you. My idea was the longevity, and I love having that in there because I think that's important to reward loyalty. I truly do. So I just, I think the COLA shouldn't be including the superintendent. She's getting bites at other apples. She's getting the bite for her and for her performance, and that's where her raise should be coming from. Not, and I think this is going to sound terrible, but not off the backs of the hard work and labor that WIPTA and WISPA are doing. And that is their way of being recognized. That is their way of being recognized for excellence, and we appreciate you, and we understand the cost of living. Our superintendent has other ways. I'm not sure why this is linked. It's superintendent is the superintendent. WISPA and WIPTA, this is our way to reward them. But now we're also including her in that. So she gets that, she gets her performance, and she would eventually get the longevity. That's just, sorry, I can't see it as any other way than that. I have to think of what others are getting and how they're being rewarded and how many bites of the apple do they really get. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Westlake. We go back to, I know Trustee Smith was sort of in the middle of her. I do want to add something, Trustee Smith. Yeah, and we talked about adding those bargaining groups in specifically, and the reason, and I'm benign to it. I mean, honestly, your point's good on that. The name changed periodically, so we just wanted there to be some flexibility. That's why they're not spelled out. And I do look. I appreciate your perspective on the direct reports with the superintendent. I guess for me, it's just while that argument appears plausible, I just don't think it has any real merit from my perspective. So I wanted to get that on the record. Anyways, you were on a roll with some questions. I'd like to give you the time back to continue that dialogue.
Thank you so much. Okay, so my next question is, like how does, now that we know it's the principals and the pro-techs, but pro-tech is still in the name of the association, so I would still clarify that because like I said, different superintendent contracts, licensed administrator has meant different people, so I would still clarify that. So by tying the automatic COLA increase to WISPA and the pro-techs, does the Principals Association and the pro-techs know that this is happening today? Do they know that the superintendent is going to be tied to their automatic COLAs like theirs? Like, did they have any notice about this?
There wouldn't be any reason to give them notice in my
Okay.
mind, yeah.
Well, only just because I think it's interesting, but I think it's a fair question if they're learning about this, because I do think that it can be perceived as an advantage for those two groups, that the superintendent is also going to get the same benefit as them. How did we choose these two associations?
We primarily chose them because of alignment with regard to somewhat similar, as well as they are the two that agreed to that language that we thought was important to use. Because Trustee Westlake, when you were talking about COLA as a reward, I don't really see that COLA as sort of the reward. COLA is, I think that's a different view of what COLA is. COLA is, by its definition, a cost of living allowance. It's not a reward. It's to keep up with the costs of living. And so that's very formulaic. So what's done in some contracts is you pick an index. But index are very tricky to use. That's part of why we haven't agreed to them in other contracts. So when you start getting into how you measure the COLA, especially for Reno, Nevada, it becomes a very tricky thing. And that's why after lots of discussion with those other units, we ultimately came up with this formulaic COLA that was tied to the total general fund revenue increases, which directly ties it to the well-being of the district. And so that's where that COLA came from. And so it's not really an advantage to that. This is the same thing we pitched for the other units as well. And maybe someone can help me. If my memory serves, I think that the teachers agreed to this ultimately too, but yeah.
Okay, so I'm tracking. The WISPA makes sense, but why not the Educators Association with the nature of the superintendent? So I'm lost on, like, help me understand that they agreed to this language, but they don't even know that the superintendent's automatic COLA is going to be tied to them. So what language are they agreeing to? Help me.
This is the language they've already agreed to, which is what I've been telling you about is that formulaic that's already in the contract. That's part of why I'm not understanding the comments about going to these units. We simply looked at their contracts and they had a formula that we liked. We could have just directly incorporated the language, but we wanted to incorporate the average between them in case there ends up being a difference, again, to keep alignment with the superintendent with those COLAs.
Well, the telling them was just to let them know. I mean, I don't think that it's outside the realm of reasonableness that you would place a call to their leadership and just say, as an FYI, the superintendent's contract is coming forward and we're referencing your bargaining unit. That's more of a courtesy than a thing, but it's not right or wrong either way. I was just curious, do they know that the superintendent will also get the same as them? But you've answered that, so we'll go ahead and we'll just move on from that. Okay, but with who you chose, the Principals Association and the pro-techs, not the Educators Association. So help me understand how the superintendent's role aligns most appropriately to the pro-techs and the principals versus school psychologists I can understand, but help me understand those two.
I'm not sure I can answer why those would be the best versus another. This is a negotiated contract, so we had discussion about which ones to use, and these were two that were agreed upon. Both sides looked at them and said, yeah, those make sense, and so that's what we used.
Okay. Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, moving on to the 3C, the annual base salary increase. And I do not know exactly what Trustee Westlake was referring to, but when I think about, reward for performance, I think about this category here. So, Superintendent Ernst, his contract was that if he received an overall rating of effective, conceivably above, the board would increase his annual base salary by 2%, and the board at its sole discretion could increase that amount, based on whatever was possible. So there was the ability to flex it up at the board's discretion. And then Superintendent Enfield didn't have anything that was performance related. So my question is, and so of course, Superintendent Ernst had the 2% and the board kept it to that amount. So who else in the district gets any performance-based raises along with cost of living increases?
I don't know the answer to that.
We have HR here. Does anybody else get a COLA and a performance-based increase?
Sorry, can I just add one thing on that? Public employees also get step increases every year based on their, I just wanted to throw that in there because we haven't mentioned that. And so teachers and anyone who's on that, so every year, depending on where you're at on the chart, you go down, which is effectively a base salary increase. So I just wanted to throw that in there because I don't think it's been brought up. And that was, when I read this, that was my thought was, oh, that's like a step increase for a teacher, similar. And you definitely, it's somewhat based on your evaluation, like, because then you won't be employed if you didn't get a good evaluation, somewhat. There's some tricky, that's not
That's
quite
a
that clear.
stretch.
Yeah, that's
That
not quite
one's
that clear.
a-
But
yeah,
but in
that's a
my mind,
stretch.
it was related. So I just wanted to throw that in there. That in my mind, as someone who had been on that salary schedule, that was what it reminded me of. I don't know that it's a 5% increase because it's not quite cut and dry like that for teachers. It really depends on where you're at, your education level, and et cetera. So,
Awesome,
Yeah.
thank you so much.
All right.
And I really appreciate that with the dialogue of it. That's super helpful. So on that note, though, for the COLAs, for the school year that we're in right now and the fiscal year that's going to close on June 30th of this year, how much of a COLA or any sort of increase, we'll say COLA because I don't believe everybody gets the performance-based increases. What were the COLAs that the WEA got? Like we have HR here.
But, Mr. Owen, why
Yes.
don't you come up to the table, please, just to clarify that?
Yeah, thank you. And I will make your life easier so I don't have to say all of them. What I'm curious about is the COLAs for all of our associations and then the leadership team, which I know falls into a unique category.
Yeah, thank you. Doug Owen for the record, Chief HR Officer. So for this coming fiscal year, starting July 1, WCSD, which is your school police, WSPA, which is your principals, and WEA will get 0 as their COLA.
I'm so sorry. Can you start with the year that we're in right now, that we're finishing, what they got for this current year? And then we can do next year if that's okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm going to turn around and look at Mark really quick, our CFO. I think it was 2%.
He's throwing up peace signs.
2% across the board, I
Okay.
believe, for all. Yep. 2% COLAs for the year we're currently in. July 1, those 3 units have 0. The remainder of the units basically got a 0.5% COLA, which was half of the general fund revenue increase, which was 1%. So they each got a half. And that would be like your Washoe Professional Technical, SPA, and the remaining units.
Okay, super cool. But school police got more, and that was because we froze 4 of the positions, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so I don't know if executive leadership and the leadership team, colloquially known as ELT and LT, did they get the 2% too?
So in the current year, current year they got 2%, and in the coming year, they would get 0.
Okay. So but the educational support professionals and the school psychologists get the 0.5.
0.5.
That's good to know. Okay. So here's a question about the 5% across the board. So I would say that this board is really generous and supportive overall, and this is looking at the breadth of the years with the superintendent. One of the contract language things that we've put in is when we have the money, we offer more. We just talked about it right now. So 5% plus the COLA to me feels like a lot. It's more than double. I don't know that it's accurate to say it's a little more because it's more than double what Superintendent Ernst was getting, and it was more than double than what the associations and all the employees got. By the way, I think everybody should get 5%. I do not at all. I'm going to preface all of this by saying, as far as I'm concerned, I think it should be 10%, quite honestly. Probably more than that. I preferred the year we were trustees when we got to give everybody 20%. So this is like really splitting hairs because we're in the budgetary situation that we're in. I want to give Superintendent McMaster everything, just like I would love to give everybody. But my question is 5% is more than double the contract right now. And it's, let's be honest, incoming Superintendent McMaster is talented. She is passionate. She is well-liked. I have every reason to believe that this board will evaluate her fairly. And there's a high degree of likelihood that she will achieve solid ratings going forward. But 5% guaranteed year over year when we can't do that for everyone feels uncertain to me. So why not do what we already do in the other negotiated agreements, which is to guarantee a certain amount and then flex and say if the general fund allows for it, then it would be predetermined to make that number higher. Because we do that in our negotiated agreements. We say, hey, look, we want you to get something. Here is this. Incoming Superintendent McMaster, 3%. And if the general fund has more, then it can be higher if you get effective. Like, why the straight 5?
So the short answer I'll give you is that this was a negotiation. The base salary that was desired to be higher, and there's some legitimate numbers behind why it should be. Part of trying to get that number down was the ability to earn a higher rating or a higher percent with good performance. And then we looked at the financial impact of that, and even with that 5%, it still places this contract less than what Joe Ernst's contract was. So this was a balanced negotiation position, looking at the overall financial impact on it from my perspective of what we were dealing with.
Okay. I don't want to go down the rabbit hole, but that's real fuzzy. She'd be starting at 287.5, which for the record I think is fine, okay? So, because I don't want to seem like I'm opposed to anything. I'm not. I think that's fine. She'd be getting an automatic COLA, which at any given year could be something or nothing. And then 5%. It's the automatic COLA if those associations get it.
If
So
any.
if. Mm-hmm. Yep. Which is why I said if it happens. And then the 5% for the effective rating. And so Superintendent Ernst was a starting rate of 280. His effective rating was 2% or more if the board could do it, and there were no automatic reciprocal COLA amounts based on anything. So I don't want to go down the rabbit hole, but I don't know where there is a lot of value is in the longevity bonuses, because we took that 13% over 4 years and you spread it out over 7, which I think is really smart. Again, I really like that too, because I want to be really clear about all the things I like with this, but I think it's a tough sell to say that all of these categories are more, but she's really getting less. But anyways, that is where I will leave it right now. These are the questions for that portion. And I want to thank you so much for your time, or if you want to respond to anything, feel free. But these are all the questions that I had for clarification.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, ma'am. Vice Woodley.
Thank you, President. I just want to clarify, because it gets confusing, and I just want TV Land to understand. COLA changes based on negotiations, correct? Performance steps are in the salary band. I've been a union employee for 10 years. I've also been an executive employee. As a union employee, I have been in negotiations because when you negotiate, you have to vote as a union member or a bargaining unit member. You have to vote. I've never heard anyone say, I don't want to vote for our COLA because another entity might get it. I worked in government 30-plus years. It's very, very common. City, county, school districts, they have steps. It's every year, some is 4, some is 5, some is 6, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. COLA does change. COLA is not a benefit. It's a cost of living. Inflation goes up 16%. Guess what? We're lucky. We get 2% COLA. It's to keep up with the rate of inflation.
God help us, we have 60% inflation.
But I just want to make sure because in listening, I'm getting confused myself. But fortunately, I've been there. I've received it. I've also received, as an executive staff, I've received the COLA that other bargaining units did get. And typically, what an organization does is, just like Mr. Mathers stated, whatever we typically give, we give it straight across, unless there's something, an anomaly like what we had a couple years ago with the 20%. But normally, that comes to us, and we vote on it. And we could vote no. The union members can vote no if they think it's going to benefit someone that they don't want it to benefit, but I've never seen that happen. But I just want to clarify, COLA is one thing, and step increase is another. Thank you.
Clerk Hold.
I'm trying to wrap my brain around all of this. I just want to, plus one, that I would really like to see the actual names of the organizations listed, because I think that the clarity that Trustee Smith brought up between the difference between the central office leadership and the Principals Association, I think is a really important piece. So I would personally love to see that as well. But here's where I'm like not, I don't know, my brain's just not understanding it. But in C, to avoid a compounding effect, any base salary increase and COLA will be added together and applied as one total percentage. If you could maybe like plain language explain that one, just so that I can understand how those are working potentially together if there is a COLA.
Sure. So I'm going to, to answer this question, I'm going to pretend that there's a 1% COLA, even though it looks like it's 0.
Great.
Okay? So instead of saying 5%, we increase the salary, and then you take another 1% on top of that. So now you've compounded it. So the number ends up being higher if you do them sequentially or compounding. What this is explicitly saying is you're not going to do that. You're going to say if it's 1 and 5, it's 6, we're done. So it keeps the number down instead of compounding.
That is very helpful. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Trustee Westlake. Nicolette. It's been a long day.
Dr. Dye,
I'm getting the hall and hall and,
very good conversation. And Anthony Hall, I'm assuming we can all tell that this is an area of expertise for you, and I appreciate that. I will say that I like that you did not name the bargaining units in here. I like that you kept it to a group of people who may or may not be union members. They may not want to be a union member. That's their choice. I personally like licensed administrators and the professional central office employees. I appreciate that you went that direction.
Alrighty.
Trustee Phoenix.
Yes, just originally coming in here, I thought it was reasonable, the contract that you have there, national in scope, looking in between infields and Joes, trying to be, fair about it. Not so much for me in the weeds about the names, but if the names are in or out, either way, it's fine with me, just in my opinion. But the COLA, understanding how that works, I got it. I got a little confused there for a minute there when it was bouncing around. But I just remember to stay fast, to remember what I understand and stay there with that. So, those are just my comments, but I do like the dialogue that Beth brings. A lot of times she's asking those questions that are tough questions and put you on the spot. And a lot of times that's good discussion to have, and if you have the answer, great. If not, I'll get back to you. you know, and I really do appreciate that, because that really, you know, it gets everything twisted up a little bit, but it's okay, because we're looking at from a different perspective. And that's what I like the dynamics about that. Really, I do. And so thank you for that. But like, I was a little confused there for a minute, but I'm going back to what I'm saying. Again, I think nationally, and the way that it looks, the contract is fine right there where it's at. And some of the questions that were brought up, hypothetical, in my opinion, could, maybe not, you know, but again, for discussion to bring it out, very good, you know, so I just want to let you know that's where I stand with all this, and usually I wait to the end after I hear all these things, because I do like to have that perspective from experience and where everyone's coming from before I make that comment, so thank you.
Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Mayberry. So I feel like we're all kind of winding down here, so I just had one more, I wanted to bring up one more thing in the contract, and then I just need to reiterate. On page 6, let me get to page 6 here, sorry, I was bouncing back. Page 6, D, I think it's 7D. Organization and supervision of district personnel. Normally, I wouldn't have issue with this when we had landed on a superintendent the way we have in the past with a lot of the public coming in and asking questions and vetting, I guess is the word I'm looking for, vetting the superintendent. I mean, I appreciated being able to ask the questions that we were able to ask, but it was more of an appointment process. And so I do have issue with the superintendent being able to appoint a deputy chief. I think now the board should have some say in that. And also, I'm not going to bring up names, but going back a little bit with the deputy chief, I think the board should, because if the deputy chief now, if we fall into this where the deputy chief now can just be appointed because we've established a way of doing things, and now the deputy chief can be appointed as the superintendent, I feel that the board should have an approval process for whoever's going to be the deputy chief. Because before, we wouldn't just consider the deputy chief to be, I mean, it could land that way, but it would have gone through normal application process and things like that. So I'm just throwing that out there. I think we've established something new, and so if it could happen again possibly, where the deputy chief. So the board, I feel, should have something to do with that. And I had to get my thoughts together on the June 30th. We are looking to the superintendent to have progress on academics. We want to see, I mean, that's probably one of the whole things, is we've got to see progress on grades and graduations. And so if we're not allowed to take her year of, actually in the mix of that, if we're not allowed to see how she did with graduation rates and SBACs, and we're supposed to go on a year, maybe it was great that year, but this year's really gone in the tank. But yet we're supposed to say, well, let's not even consider that and do the 5%. To me, graduation rates and SBACs really is a lot. And we're not messing with the individuals that are out there getting the June 30th. And I don't think we can compare that, because the people out there getting the June 30th, and getting, raises and things like that, the superintendent sees what they're doing. She's working with them day to day. We have to rely on the graduation rates and the SBACs. That is like the proof in the pudding there, really, is where the graduation and the SBACs land. And now we're saying we're not even going to take that into consideration. And I get that we want to everybody kind of be the same. Well, sometimes it just can't be the same. Sometimes we're talking about the superintendent, and there's certain things that we should be looking at to decide on her performance. And now you guys, because we want to be linear and everybody be the same, which we're not going to look at other people and giving them, a raise or anything like that. We look at the negotiation and we take that into consideration, and we hear from you guys and all of that. But the superintendent, we're really looking for that high school and SBACs. And now that's being taken away, and we're always going to be a year behind in that. We're always going to be playing catch up on academic achievement. And if me being just out in the public and a constituent, I would have a problem with that. I'm like, you're going to give a performance bonus to someone and we don't even know if we're getting any academic achievement? It just, to me, that's not right. That's not right, you guys. So I would have to say, I love, most of this I love, but on the way that it's set up for when we can establish what her performance is and not have the two most, we're supposed to be improving. And the two things that are going to show us if we've improved, we're not even going to have our hands on until after we already give her the 5%. I just don't think that's right. And I'm still having a problem with the COLA. Now I'm starting to think, why does she have to have two groups? Why couldn't we see where, I don't like the COLA thing, but why aren't we just seeing what group she most closely aligns to? Why is it two groups too? That, to me, no other group gets that affordability. They're going to stand on their merit of their group and their group alone. And now she gets to stand on the merit of two groups. Thanks.
Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you. Very interesting conversation. COLA as a cost of living should be built into this, and I very much appreciate that. I didn't read anywhere in here where it says not allowed to, and you really did address that. In fact, as deputy superintendent, I believe that Tiffany McMaster had her hand on the pulse of graduation, and so clearly we could assess graduation numbers. And if we move forward, Ms. McMasters will begin her tenure on July 8th, 2026. There is no reason why graduation and SBAC can't be part of the evaluation that we do June 30th of 2027. I mean, I think it's very reasonable. It makes sense that we would look at those numbers. She was very much a part of the process all along. And to parse it out as we're not allowed to, I don't see that anywhere in the contract. Is it a little touchy, and we have to be careful, and as board members, we have to do a deep dive into our homework and how our now deputy superintendent and possibly new superintendent was involved in those numbers? Yes, that's our homework, and that's the work that we should do. So I will say I'm very comfortable. I'm very comfortable with this contract. There's some nuances that I could talk about all day, but I'm not going to. And I thank my colleague, Trustee Hull, for bringing in the STEP component and the PERS component, because those are extremely important. And the STEP that is something that is very relevant when you're trying to balance pay scales. and very important. So is COLA. So I'm ready to move forward with this as far as the contract. I guess my question would be for President Mayberry, do you want to approve the contract and then move into the job description, or how are you seeing that?
Well, I think what's on the agenda today is the contract. Yeah. You know, I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I guess I don't understand why we compensate everybody in this organization with a COLA except the superintendent. That doesn't make any sense to me. So it's only fair. We talk about the superintendent making progress. We also want the superintendent to stay. And, you know, creating clear expectations, which this board will do, which is in the contract, is part of that, and creating, I think, a good compensation package, which is already less expensive if you calculate over the next 3 years, contrast to the current superintendent. So I appreciate the comparisons with our teachers who are grossly underpaid. You know, we know that. Much of that is beyond our control. We fought for that in 2023. Helped stop a little bit of the bleeding, but we all knew that was going to be short term. But we are talking about the most important position in the district that this body supervises. And so I appreciate all the dialogue. I do. Obviously, we wouldn't have brought this agreement forward if the vice president and I didn't think it was adequate. You don't get everything you want. I mean, it's negotiations, give and take. So we had to give up some things. So again, I'm pleased with where we're at. Those are my comments. I'm happy to have any further discussion. We'll take public comments here. Any further discussion before we go to public comments? Clerk Hall.
Dr. Dye, I really appreciate the way that you framed that, because I think I was having a little bit of a hard time with the data as well. And so I like what you were saying is, as we start July 1 and we get that data from the previous year to consider that as part of that. I really appreciate that. I also, I think that our reliance on smarter balanced assessments as a nation is continues to be concerning to me. And so I really hope that this will also give us an opportunity to make the statement and take the opportunity to really look at data that comes directly from us. Sort of like I feel like about the ACT, we have our students take a test that is then scored and created off-site, and we have no control over the pieces of it. And so I want to just take that as an opportunity to say we should be focusing on what we can control and what we have sort of purview over, and not to, create anything, but I think we've done incredible work on getting kids involved in schools, and I hope, and this is something I've asked even the state superintendent, that our star rating system creates some kind of a bonus structure for schools that are doing really creative and amazing things with students, and I hope that we as a board will also look at how our superintendent is encouraging that, and that was through the incredible work of this board to increase slot pay. And I just got to attend the soccer championships for the elementary school, and I've never seen so many people there. It was incredible, and we've got Jaywood Raw won. Sorry, just throwing that out there. Yeah, it was absolutely incredible, and every single elementary school is now participating, and that's the kind of data that I really hope that it will help us. That's what I'm taking this as an opportunity for us to step away from those pieces of data that maybe don't give us the full story, is I guess what I'm trying to say. So I'm willing to give that a shot, this timeline, and in hopes, and this is maybe the optimistic person in me, in hopes that it will push not only us as a district but as a state to move away from being so focused on ACT, SBAC, and things that we could be doing better, I guess, at evaluating our schools as well. And so I hope that we can model that. So that's where I'm with that. I don't necessarily have a problem with the way that the COLA thing is set up, and I guess I still think it would be nice to have it clear who exactly we're including in that average. And so if we don't want to mention the actual bargaining units, I'm okay with that. I think that the clarity just comes around that confusion about which administrators we're talking about, and I just want to make sure that it's super clear for all of us. So however we do that is fine, but I'm okay with, I'm comfortable with the evaluation cycle.
Okay, great. I'm going to go to public comment. Thank you, Clerk Cole. As a reminder, I want to remind everyone that comments are limited to 3 minutes and they must pertain to the agenda item. If you have comments not on the topic, they can be provided during general public comment period. Thank you.
Dr. Jenny DeMonte.
That's Dr. DeMonte, right?
Yeah. Oh, I know. Wings still broken. But I'm better. Hello, everybody. Oh, guess what? It's primary day. Have you voted? I voted. So get out there. Polls are open till 7. Lots of places to go. Also, no wait. Okay. At the last meeting, when I was here, I got to hear about the heroic gymnastics that finance did to get a budget together for next year, trimmed to the bone. But they did it. And I personally believe that educators deserve to be paid what they are worth, but seldom are. Then I'm told that teachers received a communication that because of the tight budget, this and that, they're not getting COLAs for the coming school year. I understand, but I'm a little confused about all the clauses in this proposed contract. It includes every single salary sweetener from Superintendent Ernst's contract, as well as those from Enfield. One of those from Enfield's time is a COLA that apparently allowed the superintendent to award herself without board approval like 40 grand or more. What? So no raises for teachers, but a big raise for executives? The optics of this are really bad. And the result of this is also bad. Maybe I really, really urge the board to rethink that part of it, because it is going to look mighty bad if suddenly the big cheeses are getting big raises and nobody else is. Maybe add a clause that prevents leadership from taking pay raises when all the members of the education teams, teachers, bus driver, negotiated or not. I mean, we're in dire straits, kids. So just think hard, okay? Think hard. And I have no doubt that Tiffany McMaster will do a great job, but that's not the point. The point is everybody else who's doing a great job here. I sing your praises all the time. Don't make me stop. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Janice Brown Silveria.
Hi, I'm Janice Brown Silvera. This is my first time to speak to you all, and I think
Welcome.
it's probably my 4th meeting, so. I just want to tell you a little bit about who I am, so maybe you can understand where my comments are coming from. I've been a resident here in Reno for 24 years. My husband and I picked where we were going to go live with our kids based on the area that we could live in. So we were in a pretty privileged community up in Collin Ranch. I am a retired marriage and family therapist, and I started working for NAMS with the severely mentally ill. From there, I was recruited to work for Children's Behavioral Services, Northern Nevada Child and Adolescent Services, that mouthful. Working with severely emotionally disturbed, behaviorally disturbed children and their families. After that, I was recruited to work for Washoe County, first with the clinical response unit and then with family preservation. So I have been in the trenches from the get-go. After that, I moved on into agency work, working with juvenile delinquents, working in foster care as a clinician, and eventually getting into my own private practice where I was treating the people that were on the front lines, the social workers and the teachers among them. Those were my patients. And I also speak because I'm the daughter of a couple of people involved in education. My dad was a principal in the Bay Area. My mother was a school nurse. At any rate, I feel that the people that are really the boots on the ground are not adequately benefited as well as compensated for their work. The people that I could work shoulder to shoulder with were the teachers, sometimes the principals, sometimes the counselors. And the number one in my day, when I retired 8 years ago, the number one source of reporting for child abuse and neglect, and correct me if I'm wrong, was the school district. And it was such a vital role. The people that made the reports and helped us generate the legal process to help the families and the children get what they need. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
That's all I have for this item.
Okay. One thing I heard I do want to clarify and want Mr. Hall to chime in. I heard that this is not Superintendent Enfield's contract. The superintendent cannot give themselves a raise. That's incorrect. I'd like you to expand on that, please.
That is absolutely correct. That we tied what Clerk Hull was talking about as reminded her of a step to this board's rating of performance. So that does not happen unless this board rates her as meeting those metrics. And if the rating is not that high, that step or that 5% does not happen.
I've heard that narrative more than once, and it's false.
Sorry, one more.
Yeah, Clerk Hull.
I think we've also heard as reported that the COLA is only if our other employees are also getting a COLA. So I just want to also clarify that because I do believe that was somewhat related to the two superintendents ago as well. So I just want to, because those two things have kind of gotten mixed up, and I've read a couple of reports online as well. So I just want to clarify that only happened. So for example, this year, no one's getting a COLA, which would mean that the superintendent, if she was returning for a second year, she would also be in that category. Am I understanding that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Clerk Hull. Take any more questions, comments from this board?
Ready to make a motion?
Sure.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves and enters into the written employment agreement, Superintendent of Schools, between the Board of Trustees and Mrs. Tiffany McMaster as Superintendent of Schools for the Washoe County School District pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 391.110.
Second?
Okay. We have a motion on the floor from Vice President Woodley to approve item 3.01 with a second from Trustee Nicolette, and I'll open up for discussion. Trustee Smith.
Thank you very much to Mr. Hall and to everyone for the dialogue that we've had. This was really helpful, and I really appreciate it. One of the steps that we didn't get to do in this superintendent process that we did in the past too was being able to talk about what the compensation package was going to be. So I know we did this a little bit backwards by doing this here, so I want to say thank you for that. Fundamentally, I think it is a very good contract. I want to be clear and on the record that I'm good with the starting amount. I'm good with the longevity bonus. I'm good with the performance-rated evaluations. I do. But I am fundamentally uncomfortable with pairing an automatic reciprocal COLA with labor associations when the superintendent directs the day-to-day negotiations of that and her direct reports do that. There's a degree of closeness there that I just fundamentally it's not that I don't want her to have the COLA or everybody to have COLAs. There's just something there that just makes me feel really uncomfortable. But I appreciate the dialogue very much among everyone.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Smith. Any other comments, questions? Okay. We have a motion on the floor in a second. I'll go ahead and call for the question. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Of course. Okay, motion carries 5-2. 6-7. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Owen, thank you for coming up and providing a little background as well. Thank you, sir. Okay, now we're going to go to item, is everybody okay? Anybody needs a break? Are we good? Okay, what time is it? We'll jump in item 3.02, and maybe we'll contemplate a break after that. This is a presentation discussion to review the Capital Funding Protection Committee recommendations from the Capital Funding Protection Committee from their meeting on April 30th, 2026, to the 10-year capital improvement plan and possible action to approve, deny, or modify the recommendations to the CIP and/or direct the superintendent to return the CIP to the Capital Funding Protection Committee for additional consideration. I'd just like to ask my fellow trustees just to jot down any questions. This is going to be a lengthy presentation, my friends. Make sure you jot down any questions along with the slide numbers for reference. If you can hold your questions until staff has completed their full presentation and allow our staff to present all the information in its entirety, ensures our community members are also who are watching can also hear the full context and respect the time and preparation of our presenters. And hopefully, in some cases, you'll find that many of your questions will be addressed. So thank you for your patience, and we're going to have Superintendent Ernst provide some opening remarks.
Thank you, President Mayberry. Before staff begins their presentation on this important topic, I would like to provide a few remarks. The Capital Improvement Plan is an important item that provides our district the ability to lay out long-term vision for investments that should be continually renewed for our infrastructure and capital needs of our district. It gives our staff essential guidance for the months and years of work ahead while communicating district priorities to our students, families, staff, and community as a whole. Arriving at where we are today has been an example of robust and healthy process between the community, the Board of Trustees, and district staff to arrive at the best possible outcome for our students, our staff, and the community. I'd like to thank our trustees, the members of our Capital Funding Protection Committee, the students, staff, families, community leaders, and community members who helped shape this process through thoughtful feedback and advocacy. That community input is exactly what we need to ensure that the CIP is setting us on the right path as a district. It's exactly how the system should work, all in service to our students. I am proud of our leadership team at the district and how they've responded to and incorporated the input to arrive at the CIP that will be presented to everyone today. We've listened. We acknowledged where changes and updates were necessary, and I'm certain that the proposal is a stronger one because of the process and what we've gone through over the past few months. And I'm confident that the district will incorporate those lessons for future years to come. Thank you, President Mayberry.
Thank you, Superintendent Ernst. And with us is Adam Searcy, our Chief Operating Officer, Tammy Zimmerman, Chief Facilities Management Officer, and Mr. Mark Mathers, our Chief Financial Officer. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, President Mayberry, Superintendent Ernst, Board of Trustees. For the record, my name is Adam Searcy. I'm going to kick this off. We've got a larger number of slides than normal today because we have spent so much time reflecting and learning and reviewing the path that we've taken to arrive at where we are today. And to better understand that and where we're going, we want to take a little extra time to recap what has transpired and why, and to reflect on the input that has shaped the current recommendations. Ultimately, we look to reinforce the fact that this is a demonstration of a healthy public process. So right up front, we want to acknowledge and highlight several areas that have been the most important that we have spent time reflecting on over the past several weeks and months. And I really wanted to emphasize we when I make that statement because it really has been informed not only by the community, but the entire leadership team, including the superintendent, in collaboration, of course, with the board. Right off the top, there's a clear point of learning that we must start this process a bit sooner to allow all of us greater time to digest, understand, and dialogue on the complex elements of the CIP.
And I'll just jump in, because again, these are reflections, I think, certainly the leadership team and others. On the second bullet point here, I think we'd all acknowledge, I certainly need to, that in some areas we could have really provided better transparency of newly proposed items or an item that reflected great change. It's easy to forget that people don't have the time necessarily to look at every row in a spreadsheet or on a table, and so I want to particularly own this one where we could have done a better job highlighting changes like textbooks to our committee, and so that's a learning that I personally have, and I think that the team has as well. And we try to highlight those changes. This one we slipped on, and we'll do better in the future.
Thanks, Mark. Some other really important points that we've reflected on and learned regard our connections with the public and our presentations and our messages and our conversations throughout the entire school year that really must be carefully analyzed and connected with our CIP. And that whenever changes are necessary, and we'll talk about that in more detail as the presentation goes along, that especially between iterations from the committee to the board, that the CFPC should always see, and I say Capital Funding Protection Committee, should always see those changes before coming to the board. And ultimately, wanted to, conclude this slide by reiterating the need for all of us to recognize that the CIP is not a fixed document into the future, and that annual revisions must reflect responsible changes when circumstances dictate. So speaking about that implementation phase between approvals on the fiscal year cycle, as we've discussed, the CIP is revised and approved annually. That is due in large part to the fact that throughout the intervening year, many decisions are made and variables evolve, oftentimes dictating a different trajectory of our plan for one reason or another. One such example of annual changes or changes that often influence our CIP are enrollment forecasts and rezoning decisions. You'll see a theme throughout this presentation, our use of excerpts from actual presentations. This is not new content. This is us trying to walk the community and the board through an abbreviated version of the entire process throughout the FY26 that helped inform the FY27 CIP. That's one aspect. Another dynamic aspect of our CIP is the actual implementation of the CIP, which is largely informed by our Facility Modernization Plan, or FMP. So as we develop these projects, the detailed design scopes and the implementation budgets and schedules for our projects, we often learn that they don't play out precisely as expected. And that's usually a good thing, that is normal, and that as these projects come into focus, that information needs to be reflected in the updated CIP. So this is one really strong example where the board in October 2025, approved some changes to the future scope and timing of a project that should have been initially reflected in our CIP and wasn't. This was an important learning moment for all of us. And always, we develop these projects collaboratively with our community. I mentioned this earlier, that many of these projects involve complex change that are often influenced and co-authored even with our community. And our team has made dozens of public presentations over the last year, and it's very important that we ensure consistency between the information that we're exchanging and communicating with our public and what our CIP actually represents. So this recap, the last 3 slides, has just been intended to offer a glimpse into the complexity that informs our annual CIP implementation. Our review of this work has demonstrated a process which has been highly complex and one that has implemented significant flexibility. Our goal is to improve on that going forward as we navigate these challenges and introduce this process or this graphic to help us walk through the steps that have brought us to where we are today. So similar to most annual budgets, the work that staff initiates on the fiscal year cycle begins really in the winter before the start of the calendar year. Taking all the input and wisdom from our implementation work and our demand forecasts, the capital projects team then works collaboratively with the business team to develop a CIP that can best meet the needs of our community and responsibly within the resources available to us. It's pretty much that basic of an exercise every year, but of course with dozens of projects and forecasting the resources and demands over 5 and even in this case 10 years, it can be a real challenge. So as you can see from this excerpt, one of the key influencing factors in our CIP development really was the rate of construction cost growth in comparison to the rate of revenue growth. That initially and will likely continue to influence our CIP development. So as I said, we're going to continue to use this graphic timeline throughout today's presentation, illustrating the major milestones over the last several months in this process, as well as hoping to conjure an understanding of the windy and iterative path that we've all taken here together. We're also going to use this timeline graphic to demonstrate that in between each public meeting milestone, staff has been listening and refining the work based on important feedback and additional analysis. This, too, is a part of any healthy process, but one which can be done with more clarity and transparency. That was definitely a learning moment as well. So ahead of our first meeting, April, of the Capital Funding Protection Committee, we had done a lot of that work. A nearly years-long implementation process of the FY26 CIP, the staff analysis, the iterative work between capital projects and the business office, developing the updated CIP, and then initial feedback or discussion with the Board of Trustees before the April 9th CIP. So on that meeting, an initial version of the CIP was presented publicly. Many of the excerpts and details are kind of highlighted on this slide. They included very specifically major changes to the scopes of Sparks Middle School, Trainer, Booth Elementary, and Wooster, all being recommended as modernizations in coming years. Much discussion of the forecasted financial resources as well as the different projects as well in the CIP. This also included a discussion of funding of textbooks within the capital projects program, and there was extensive discussion from the committee across all of these CIP elements. There was also in-person public input, public comment, specifically from members of the Wooster community, providing a variety of perspectives at that public meeting. And ultimately, there was a motion to approve the CIP as proposed with the amendment to eliminate all funding for textbooks. That motion passed 4-2, which initially indicated several members as conflicting positions on the variety of topics in the CIP. So really just kind of documenting here with this timeline graphic what transpired following that first meeting, and acknowledging that staff then continued to reflect and listen on that input and continued to receive input across the following days and weeks. And in an effort to present the recommendation of the CIP to the recommendation of the committee to the board, as well as to support the board in considering alternatives on this complex topic, staff developed and included alternative options in the interim weeks, which were not presented previously to the committee. As I mentioned previously, that was a point where we would like to be more clear in the future. So at the April 14th board meeting of the Board of Trustees, the baseline CIP scope was presented as recommended by the committee But staff also included alternative options, including a large reduction in funding for future administrative facilities, which was then proposed to be redirected towards school projects so as to fund full reconstruction scopes at several of the schools, specifically as excerpt on this page, Booth, Sparks, and Trainer. This meeting was again filled with much discussion across all of these topics, with particular attention paid to the timing and scope of any project at the Worcester campus. This meeting also included in-person public comment from the Worcester community, as well as current and former elected officials from outside the Washoe County School District. All of this was very robust and informative, ultimately resulted in an approval for a revised motion to return the alternative recommendation to the CIP, as well as an amendment which stated to develop a revised phased plan to maintain progress at Worcester High School. So this was clearly an eventful board meeting, as highlighted here, and worth noting that our own board policy requires that if the board does not agree initially with a recommendation from the committee, that it must return that item to the committee for further reconsideration. There are no other committees of the board, nor to my knowledge are there comparable committees to other local elected bodies who are provided such a level of authority, and I kind of wanted to highlight that because I do think that is a strong element of this process. So of course, again, in the ensuing weeks, staff worked to continue to incorporate the direction of the board, the feedback from the community, and to prepare materials in consultation with the officers of the Capital Funding Protection Committee ahead of what at that time was an out-of-sequence impromptu meeting of the committee. On that meeting, April 30th, as it was, staff presented the recommendations of the board as excerpt here. Again, concerns were strongly expressed about the funding of textbooks with the use of capital funds, and many more direct questions and input were received from the committee regarding the scope and timing of both the admin facilities and the Worcester High School campus improvements. It again was a robust discussion, which ended in a split vote again, reflecting the differing views across the spectrum of CIP elements. Ultimately, the Capital Funding Protection Committee voted to approve the CIP as proposed with changes, including a full reconstruction of Worcester and the elimination of funding for admin facilities and textbooks. So again, during the interim week, staff aspired to listen keenly to input received both on the record and through other channels. Similar to our efforts ahead of the April 14th board meeting, staff attempted to demonstrate humility and flexibility, analyzing our previous alternatives with yet another fresh set of eyes, developing still further alternatives at our next board meeting. Scheduled for May 12th, the materials for this meeting were posted and remain publicly available today. However, I want to emphasize that this item was pulled from the agenda, was not presented publicly or heard at that board meeting. Staff did, however, continue to receive public input on this proposal and this draft CIP and continued to incorporate that into our work. This has clearly been an iterative and ongoing, multifaceted process which has informed our efforts to craft the most balanced CIP reflective of a variety of inputs and facts. Staff has listened carefully to the input, reviewed all available data, and developed a refined CIP for consideration by the board today. Now, to walk you through it, the person who has the terrifying privilege of leading our team through the implementation of this amazing work, your Chief Facilities Management Officer, Tammy Zimmerman.
Wow. Okay. Superintendent Ernst, Board of Trustees, thank you for having me today. But As Adam has described, many of these projects have changed their scopes and transformed them through this process, which the process works, and that's what we talked about earlier. I'm going to highlight them for you as we walk through them, and they are proposed in our CIP as full reconstructions. And we'll start with our Trainer and Sparks Middle School campus. As was stated in our facility modernization plan, this is how this was going to work out. Sparks Middle School is now intended to be, as proposed in the CIP, a full reconstruction on its campus, with a reconstruction of an elementary school, a modern elementary school, on the Trainer campus. While this was going on and we're talking about this, it's going to take extensive coordination, planning, and work with the community and engagement, similar to what we've done in some of our other instances and that we've learned through those processes. This will be an investment in this community that will impact these students for years to come, and we're excited to bring this to them. We'll talk a little bit about the Booth Elementary School. Right now, staff is currently working on major improvements and designing those so that they can transform that campus for those students that'll be zoned there in the school year 27-28 that was approved by the Board of Trustees. Those major investments are aligned and support the development of a new reconstructed Booth Elementary School on that campus. So we'll work in concert with each other to make sure that they add on to that to live on for those students and increase those opportunities for those students over there as well. This has not changed since our April 14th meeting that you guys saw and approved in that portion. We'll talk a little bit about Wooster here, but these were items that were in the May 12th board agenda items and materials. And this slide is intended to show you the improvements and the investments that are going into this community, and that they intend to support those students, staff in that community, and change those outcomes, increase those opportunities for them. And so we're excited for the opportunities that'll be coming and are coming into that community. We often state that there are few public investments that change a community like a new school or a school in that community. And so we're looking forward to changing some of those opportunities for them and increasing them. We'll talk a little bit about the proposed scope, schedule, and budget for Wooster. It's been a good topic. It's been a lot of discussion about it, and we're happy to have those discussions as part of our CIP. Within the revised CIP, the district is proposing to expand the scope for reconstruction, and as an estimated of $164 million project over there. It's a large, big magnitude project. Achieving this vision will require a straightforward or a strategic and forward-thinking planning process, one that thoughtfully balances the opportunities and challenges across both the Wooster community and the district long-term goals. The considerations highlighted on the slide just represent a snapshot of many of the important factors that will continue to shape and strengthen the planning processes and moving forward. This is an outline. As we work through that, we might see other opportunities to include in that. Given the complexity and significance of a project of this scale, the district is proposing a phased implementation. We've done that phased implementation before with Debbie Smith. It could be similar to that. And I'm not saying that Wooster ends up being a CTE academy, but we could come up with other opportunities that will go onto that campus. And it'll be a multi-year planning engagement and implementation process that may be required for a project of this magnitude. We would like to begin this process this coming school year with an academic engagement and planning process focused specifically on the academic and planning programs that this community needs. This effort is anticipated to be led collectively through the district academic leadership team and will involve extensive stakeholder engagement throughout the process. The purpose of this study will be to evaluate assumptions, ideas, perspectives, and ultimately develop a recommended scope and a direction to future board considerations and approvals.
Thanks, Tammy. Also included in this revised CIP is the restoration of funding for future admin facilities. While the Capital Funding Protection Committee's most recent recommendation was to remove the funding for this needed work, we are choosing to share this excerpt from the May 12th meeting materials that were not presented publicly to highlight just how harmful the current conditions are to the effectiveness of our organization and how much potential value that those investments in this area could provide both to central services staff and, of course, to our schools and our community. So as I stated, this revised CIP today recommends that the previously approved budget of $108 million for the purposes of central admin facilities be restored. And we also wanted to highlight that in the May 12th materials and in future admin FMP presentations, we intend to propose the elimination of the Worcester campus from future consideration for the purpose of admin facilities. That was another interesting variable throughout this process that we have learned and reflected on quite a bit. This is like so many other future projects within the CIP that remain under study. However, the fundamental need for this investment is not in dispute. So with that summary of the current revised CIP scope, I wanted to share the floor with CFO Mathers to describe the funding aspects of this proposal.
Thank you, Adam. Probably should have pointed out that the CIP recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee is included in your packet as attachment C. They directed the full reconstruction of Worcester, but we didn't have numbers at that meeting to share with them. So if you want to know how Worcester is phased, that is shown on attachment C. But I did want to take a few minutes to talk about funding because I can understand why there might be questions about how we're able to provide funding for all of these projects compared to where we started. So going back to when we did start, as Adam said, putting together a CIP is similar to putting together an operating budget in that you start with your resources, and in this case, projected revenues over 10 years, and you're going to fit projects within that available funding. And what we found and what we talked about on the 9th of April with you was that there is not the projected funding to cover all of the wants and desires that we could think of really back in December and January. And so we did have to scale down projects to fit within that available funding. And you'll remember that we did want to leave some available funding at the end of year 10, along with additional bonding capacity to provide funding for projects that we couldn't fit in years 1 through 10, i.e. from years 11 through 20. So that was important too, that we didn't, again, max out the credit cards is kind of the metaphor we used back on April 9th. And so that's what drove the decisions when we came to the board and the committee in April. As we walked through different versions, we've kind of more or less kept with a total amount of projects over 10 years of $1.8 billion. So that, until April 30th, has not really changed. But I'm sensing there might be a question again as to, well, if there's been an increase in project scopes, how do we afford that? So I wanted to try to address it. There are some numbers on this slide, but first, but I'll try to make this less math heavy as I can, as little math heavy as I can. So going back to mid-April, how did we fund the change from modernizations to full rebuilds at Booth, Trainer, and Sparks Middle School? We did cut down the budget for the admin facility budget by $80 million, from $188 million to $108. And that was, again, based on some analysis we've seen and been working with Blue Cottage on for the admin facility project. And so we were able to do that at no net cost. So in the recommendation we are making to you to re-include or restore funding for the admin building and going back to the committee with that, that element of the CIP carries a $0 net cost. What has changed since those versions in early April and today is, again, the change to Worcester, going from a modernization to a full rebuild. That increased cost is $85 million. So now Worcester's total price tag in the CIP that we're reserving funding for is 164. But again, net increase of 85. But then the committee recommended for the second time deletion of textbook funding, which over 10 years is $33 million. As you can tell from the superintendent's recommendation, we're not proposing to go back to the committee with restoration of funding for textbooks. So that is out of the recommendation for the CIP. So you take the $85 million increased cost for Worcester, less $33 million in textbooks that have now been defunded. That's roughly a $52 million net increase. So where does that money come from? Well, again, when we prepared the CIP in April and in all the versions up to April 30th, we had left $204 million of ending fund balance at the end of 10 years. In other words, $204 million of reserves at the end of 10 years, combined with the bonding capacity we'd preserved, amounted to a little over $500 million of available funding for years 11 through 20. And there would be additional funding after that as property taxes presumably would grow and sales taxes would grow in the years 11 through 20. But you start off with $500 million right off the bat available for projects. How we're proposing to cover the net increase of $52 million is to draw down from that $204 million to $152 million at the end of 10 years. Still a significant amount of funding, again, combined with bonding capacity that we haven't maxed out, still provides a sizable amount of funding for projects from years 11 and on. So in our opinion, my opinion, this is still financially responsible, still in our view, still fiscally conservative. It is drawing down from what we had set aside, but not, that's still, again, a significant amount of funding available for years 11 through 20. I'm comfortable with that level of funding. This is difficult, as you know, to do a 10-year projection of revenues is difficult, and we'll see how the next 10 years plays out in terms of future recessions or growth and what have you, and where Washoe County goes over the future. We have been conservative in our revenue projections. And so I'm comfortable with this recommendation to you, but that's how we fund the last set of changes that the committee has recommended.
Thanks, Mark. I just wanted to conclude with a renewed emphasis around the complexity of this work and a renewed commitment toward the application of our district's guiding principles in service to it. We absolutely will continue to listen, to learn, and always to improve. And as with most successful processes, when the final outcome is different than the initial proposal, that finished product is typically better for it because of the input of a larger number of voices. We believe that that has been the case here, and that while the process has been windy and we will always continue to improve, we believe that the process is working. So with that, I'll conclude with our superintendent's recommendation. If I could paraphrase, is not only to approve the CIP as proposed, specifically to include the phased reconstruction of the Worcester High School, as well as funding for future administrative central services facilities, but also to return this revised CIP recommendation to the Capital Funding Protection Committee for their reconsideration. And thank you all for your collaboration as well on this important work.
Okay. Great, thank you, Mr. Searcy. So why don't we go for any clarifying questions? And then I know we have a handful of public commenters out there that we'll hear from, and then we can come back to the board and have further discussion and deliberation. So questions for the panel? No? Okay, just Trustee Nicolette.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to start with a little fun here. One of my favorite catchers in baseball was Yogi Berra. And of course, he was the one-liner champion. And one of his one-liners was, "It's not the heat, it's the humility." And I will tell you that in slide 3, that showed a lot of humility. You had a lot of heat on you. We all did. We felt that heat. And if you could please, JJ, slide 3, just because I want to I want to clarify the humility here. You truly incorporated an iterative process, and you beat this up, and I know you did. And it's not always easy to do that, because we have to recognize what's working and what's not working. And your reflections, I think, were very powerful, and I appreciate that. To me, that shows a commitment to doing what's right and good, and I very much appreciate that. So if you don't mind, slide 25 talks about two terms: context sensitive and truly value added. I think truly value added might be self-evident, but context sensitive, what does that mean?
I'd like to take a stab at that one. There's a couple images on that, excerpts on that slide that provide some context to the conversation around the Worcester High School, as well as, I think, community should be considered in terms of context. What makes Worcester special today? What does the Worcester community aspire to what attracts them to a high school into the future? I think value add might be deceptively important. A new school is nice, but something that I think the process on the next slide will look to challenge our community towards is what's better than nice? What is, bonus and maybe some unanticipated opportunities that if we go through the process honestly and earnestly with our community, we might find that win-win-win scenario that simply building a new building leaves a lot of potential value on the table.
Yeah.
That's a pretty fuzzy answer, but it's intentionally fuzzy because the process needs to be co-authored over the next several years.
Thank you for that. And that's how I see it, and I just kind of wanted to make sure that as I move forward, I'm kind of in the right vein there. So slide 30 talks about the FMP now, and I went back and I did some research, and it looks like, tell me if I'm close, that from the targets we had initially in the FMP when it was first really published, 2023, that we're really on target for the amount we anticipated, which we know is very hard, that we were going to spend, and that we would continue to, I guess, plan for in the future. And so I hope I'm right, because I'm feeling really good. So is my feeling good? Am I spot on? We made good projections in the beginning, and we continue to, I guess, go along that path. Sorry, I didn't say that very well, but I'm excited.
So we do make good projections when we start off, right? We use our data from our previous schools. We go through that, we comb it, and we think about what the future holds and what that escalation will be for construction costs. But that's why we look at it every year, too, so that we can revise that based off those data points.
Thank you for that, because as the cost of everything escalates, I look at these numbers and I go, gosh, can we really do that? And I want you to know I trust in your ability and your expertise to hone in on that. And of course, things change. That's what humans do. But I appreciate your diligence on really trying to project. Thank you. I'm good.
Clerk Hall, you.
Thank you. I first want to say that I truly appreciate the reflection. And one point that you said at the very beginning of the presentation was that we need to start earlier. And I think that that's something that over the last year and a half that I've been on this board, that we've really successfully moved that timeline for zoning, for these communications, for the conversations with our teachers and our staff and our communities. we've continued to move that timeline forward, and I think what Dr. Dye just said about the humility, I think, is so important, that we continue to learn from this process, and I really hope that we continue to model that lifelong learning attitude, because that's exactly what we want our students who are in these schools to see, that adults don't always get it right, and that we continue to be lifelong learners and learn from these experiences. I believe I've shared this story with a few people, but I know that our vote today isn't about textbooks, but I just want to put a warning out there that I'm very, very concerned about the conversation that's been had about textbooks. And I will tell you the story. When I first started teaching, I was at Dilworth Middle School, and I had been a student at that school several years before. We won't talk about how many years before. But what I think is a really important point of this is that the books I was teaching from were the books that I used when I was in middle school. And my biggest concern about this conversation about textbooks becoming political and not being based in fact, and about where the funding is coming from, is that we are going to do a disservice to our students for the appropriate instructional materials, not just textbooks, but instructional materials that they need to learn and be productive community members when they graduate. And so I want to be very clear that our job should always be to provide the best materials and information that we can to our students, and to provide the information to the public about where that's coming from. Never in our conversations has the conversation happened that the textbooks / instructional materials funding would come from WC1. Never. And we got a lot of emails about it, and I, as a teacher who has used outdated materials, the amount of work I had to do to create appropriate materials for my students, because our district got so behind on updating those materials, was problematic and added more work to my load. So I will continue to push that this is a really important point. The last thing I will tell you is, as you all know, I'm a social studies teacher, and I think that history is incredibly important. And I want to say that I really, really appreciate the timed process that we are proposing towards Worcester. And I think the most important reason that one of the most important reasons is definitely the community and the investment that we've made in this community, and the well-deserved investment. But I think it also honors Mr. Worcester. And many people may not know this, but he is a champion for students' rights. In fact, he was not only suspended, but he was literally kicked out of his school just before he graduated from high school. And he went to the California Supreme Court to fight for students' rights. And so I think we can continue to honor him by ensuring that we do this right and do it well for the kids. And if that means it takes a couple extra years, I know that that's really hard, because we've made some promises about dates and all that, but we have to do this right. And that honors Mr. Worcester, but it also honors the decades and decades of kids that have gone to Worcester, which used to be the only school in South Reno. We didn't, I mean, all of the southern part of our district went to that school, and the amount of alumni that people say, oh, I went to Worcester. We have to honor that. And so I just want to kudos to you guys for having that reflection and taking this back. And I really, really hope that when it goes back to the Capital Funding Protection Committee, that we can take some of the very charged conversations that were happening, and we can really remember what this is about. And this is about providing the best education that we can possibly provide. And so I just really, really hope that we can just bring down the temperature of these conversations and continue to remember that. So, and I really, really last piece, I think that the attachment C is incredibly important, and I hope that everybody will take a minute to look at that because it clearly spells out the differences between the funding sources. And I know from being on the debt management committee for the county that Mark and his team do an incredible job of keeping track of every single penny, not just because they're good at their job, but because they're legally required to do so, and we've always passed our audits. So I just, again, want to make sure that we're keeping this conversation based in fact and not all the emotions that have come up from this. So I'm sorry, yes, thank you.
And another thing. Trustee Smith.
Thank you, President Mayberry. So I realize only Maya and Dr. Dye can see my note, but I love that you had the Yogi Berra quote because look at what I was going to refer this to. And now the rest of you, Dr. Dye was in my brain hammock. So I think that this is really well done. And my analogy was also baseball, and I'm a Red Sox fan, so respect Yogi Berra for having been a Yankees fan. But I think of the 2004 World Series run that the Red Sox had, and they might have been down 3 games in the American League Championship, but then they ended up winning, and that is this team. I am so incredibly proud of where you landed. You took your time, you listened, you made adjustments, because we wanted to get to a good place in the end, which is always what this team wants to do. You always want to get to a great place in the end. And while, of course, that American League Series may not have ended the way everybody would have wanted it to, it did for the Red Sox, that's exactly what you did. There's always going to be a lot of different opinions, and there's always going to be a lot of different right answers. That's one of the things I've learned in this role, and I applaud you for making the adjustments, going back, continuing to do the work with the team, and then ultimately landing in a place that is absolutely fantastic. I actually really do appreciate the work that all of our committees, all of our public has done to provide us this. I'm not going to chastise anyone over that. They fought for the rebuild of Worcester. I am really glad to see that happening too. And I think one thing that you have not explored, and I'd like to ask you to, is that before you even brought this revised version to us, you went through a whole bunch of steps. You were already applying this learning because it's my understanding that you took this new plan, you brought it to Worcester's administration, you talked with their students, right? You looped in quite a few people before even this version came to our board. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, appreciate you bringing that up. For the record, Adam Searcy. We've enjoyed a wonderful relationship with the principal of Worcester High School, in particular, a number of their staff and their student voice team over a couple of school years. A precocious bunch, bringing forward thoughtful opportunities for improvement, and we've found some neat opportunities to engage with them and find ways to get to yes. This was no different. We mentioned on one of those slides kind of the continuous community engagement. We'd been engaging with the Worcester staff and students on what it might look like to reconstruct the building and what it might look like to place an admin facility on the campus and to co-locate. And that was honestly a part of the story that led to some of the differing opinions or points of view or confusion that we could have done a better job in managing. And ahead of today's presentation and throughout the work of iterating between meetings and incorporating public input, we recently met with Tammy, Deputy Superintendent McMaster has been at multiple of those meetings, as well as several other leaders on the academic side and facility side to share more clearly and more directly this type of an update, but also to kind of get their input and buy-in as we go forward, because this is only really as good as how we develop it together. And so that's been really informative and helpful bringing us to today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think that this is really, really well done. So one of the more challenging parts of committee work, of board work, district staff work, the community, is really what I like to think is the productive tension that we all bring, because it means that we are pushing, we are challenging, respectfully and professionally having differences of opinion. My own thoughts on textbooks changed in the process as well, too. And that is a good thing. So something I had shared with many of you individually and also to the superintendent is that I believe it is a strength when you can change your mind. And I'm incredibly, incredibly proud of the work that you did. I have a few other thoughts, but no other clarifying questions, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Smith. Yeah, hearing no clarifying questions, we're going to go to public comment.
Katie Louise Weir.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Ernst. I'm Dr. Katie Louise Weir. I'm a former teacher in WCSD, former principal of multiple schools here in Washoe County School District, and I currently serve as a Director of Talent Development here in HR. I've also served 2 stints, hopefully never again, as the Interim Chief Human Resources Officer. My professional background centers on organizational development, capacity building, leadership, and high-quality learning environments. In addition, my own children currently attend elementary school here in WCSD at one of our oldest school buildings. I'm here to support moving forward with the funding for a new admin building. I understand there's lots of concerns that have been raised, that investing in an administrative facility may limit our ability to address student needs or improve school sites. Respectfully, I don't see it as an either or, I see it as a yes and. An effective admin environment strengthens how we serve students, families, and the public, as well as our staff. It provides welcoming, accessible spaces for Board of Trustee meetings, public engagement, something our family and community members deserve. It creates dedicated, high-quality professional learning space, which directly impacts the growth of our educators and staff and ultimately the success of our students. It also improves collaboration across our central office teams. I saw Adam put it in the slide deck, which sole purpose exists to support our schools. When we function better together, schools feel that impact immediately. From my work in talent development, I see every day how systems, environments, and conditions either enable or constrain our ability to build capacity and serve educators and therefore our school communities well. This investment is not separate from student success. It's a part of the system that makes student success possible. I'm not seeking anything extravagant or ostentatious, rather a space that doesn't hinder our progress as much as our current facility does. I regularly, through WCSD general funds, rent spaces and furniture to conduct the work of my team. I deeply believe in Washoe County School District. I've dedicated my career to serving this community, and I'll continue to advocate for people, systems, and environments that ensure that our students and educators together can thrive. In addition, as I mentioned earlier, I trust WCSD with my children, my 2 most important accomplishments in life, including a kindergarten this year. So I urge you to move forward with funding an updated admin building as a part of a comprehensive vision for our district, and I really appreciate your time and your leadership.
Thank you, Dr. Ware. We appreciate your service and your leadership as well. Thank you.
Joseph Madula.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Ernst, President Mayberry, and board members and trustees. My name is Joseph Madula, and I'm the current president of the Washoe Professional Technical Association. I'd like to briefly speak on item 3.02 as it relates to the proposed new administration building. Reading through the Capital Funding Protection Committee's recommendations, it's clear there is a misunderstanding with the assertion that the admin building project will take away from the proposed Worcester High School improvement project. As shown in this presentation, it's possible to complete both projects in a way that's responsible and benefits our community and students and staff. I've worked for the school district nearly 10 years and can attest to the failing systems and unsafe conditions throughout our administrative facilities. We have leaking roofs, asbestos, lead, failing HVAC systems, plumbing issues, and multiple spaces that were never designed to accommodate our employees. We have converted warehouses and even closets turned into workspaces. Additionally, we have experienced more than a few acts of vandalism on this property, many of which were directed at employees' personal vehicles. Several incidents placed employees in direct physical danger. If we can move forward with this project in a way that's fiscally responsible and without impact on our schools, students, and staff, I fully support the decision to do so. There also exists an opportunity for long-term cost savings if we can combine our multiple administrative facilities into one building and repurpose end leases or sell off property we are occupying today. This project is long overdue and will only become more complex and more expensive as time goes on. I urge the board to take a closer look at the details within the CFPC committee's recommendation and continue to work with the relevant district departments to make the right decision for our community, staff, and students. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Medulla. We appreciate you coming.
David Kitchen.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kitchen,
Hey, good afternoon.
Principal Kitchen.
Thank you, President Mayberry, Superintendent Ernst, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you know, I'm David Kitchen. I'm the principal at Worcester. Hopefully, I'll take a break from public comment at school board meetings after this one. But I really wanted to be here today specifically to express gratitude and pride in our system and how our system has uplifted integrity and humility and stewardship, and it's been messy. And I didn't come prepared with a baseball analogy, but since the 90s are back in vogue, Sean Mullins has a song about a beautiful mess, and I think this is an example of a process that has been messy, but also in a lot of ways beautiful. Mr. Medulla, I'm listening to your public comment, and the Worcester crew in the back, we were all like, yep, that sounds familiar. So we also love to see a CIP plan that uplifts and honors both a phased reconstruction for Worcester and also for an admin facility. I want to thank our staff and students who've expressed their voice through their process, specifically Itzel and Milo. I don't know if we as a system have leaned this hard on two students in a very long time, and you guys have handled that with grace and strength and integrity, and I'm so proud of you and proud that you're going to continue to have a voice in this room over the next year. Excited for a plan that intentionally begins with engaging our community this upcoming school year. Trustee Hall, I apologize for not remembering which meeting it was, but one of the meetings we had a conversation about everything that's changed in the Worcester vertical, and I think you wisely spoke about the need to let things settle and actually talk about, let's take time to talk about what's best for this community moving forward. And so I believe that the people I have spoken to, the idea of this process might take a couple years longer, but we're going to take the time to talk about what makes sense for the Worcester vertical it's a great thing. So thank you for doing that. And then finally, there's been so many people in this room, Adam and Tammy, are you guys still back there? Yes. And Trustee Smith, Adam Mayberry, Deputy Superintendent McMaster, Superintendent Ernst, thank you for taking the time to reach out to our community and come and spend time with our teachers and spend time with our kids and help us land in a place that I think makes a lot of sense. So final word for the Capital Funding Improvement Committee. I apologize. We have our graduation on Thursday, so a lot of us won't be there. Hopefully they're here watching or seeing online our public comment, but we are, as a community, as the principal, happy to support this revised capital improvement plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming.
Ethne Barton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. My name is Ethne Barton. I'm a Reno resident, and my son graduated from Worcester International Baccalaureate Program with an IB diploma in June of 2025. I'd like to speak to you today on behalf of the revised proposal to rebuild Worcester. Thank you for listening to our community's voice. If we are truly committed to investing in the next generation, as evidenced by rebuilding the feeder schools for Worcester, then I firmly believe we should not stop short with the failure to provide state-of-the-art facilities for their high school experience as well. The time in their lives when resources in the form of both human and physical facility support are most crucial to preparing them for their future, our country's future. If enrollment projections for Worcester are down, then I invoke the baseball-themed Field of Dreams mantra, if you build it, they will come. The International Baccalaureate IB program in Worcester's central location could and should be a draw for students from the entire metro area. Currently, the IB program starts with the middle years program at Vaughan Middle School, and students transition to Worcester to continue the program, choosing either the diploma or career-related educational paths. Together, they are the only authorized IB World schools in Northern Nevada. This program is an underutilized gem and is one of the many ways our school system can prepare our young people to compete on the national and international stage. If we are investing in our children with state-of-the-art school rebuilds, then we should commit to investing in all of our children. The initial capital improvement plan called for a rebuild of Worcester and was met with great enthusiasm from the Worcester community. While classes and a Cold War-era bomb shelter did make history more real, there is nothing state-of-the-art about that experience. The proposal to change the scope to a modernization told our Worcester students that they aren't as important, that their futures matter less. By continuing to choose to fund the rebuild instead, we send a message to our young people that they matter, that their futures matter. Thank you for committing to a new building for a new era, one in which our students will be able to meet the future head-on, heads high, and equipped with skills to succeed in the 21st century. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Barton.
Dar Castillo.
Just let the record show that Trustee Woodley has left the meeting. He has a family commitment.
Okay, this works. All right. President Mayberry, Superintendent Ernst, Deputy Superintendent McMaster, and trustees, I want to start this by expressing our gratitude for today to the board and everyone involved in the decision to fully rebuild Worcester High School. Thank you for investing in us. Thank you for hearing the voices of students, staff, families, and community members who spoke up about the importance of this project. Being listened to and supported means more to us than you may realize. This decision is about much more than a new building. It is an investment in the future of every student who will walk through Worcester's doors. It sends a message that our education matters, our opportunities matter, and our success matters. We also want you to know that the support goes both ways. As students, we are committed to supporting the capital improvement plan. We are ready to advocate for this project, celebrate its progress, and help ensure that future generations of Worcester students benefit from the opportunities it will provide. We do not take this investment for granted. We understand the trust you are placing in us, and we will work hard every day to honor it. We will continue striving for excellence in our classrooms, in our athletic fields, in our arts programs, and throughout our community. We will make you proud on behalf of the students at Worcester High School. Thank you for believing in us, thank you for investing in our future, and thank you for hearing us. Your decision will have a lasting impact on our school and our generations of students to come. Thank you for your time, President Mayberry, Superintendent Ernst, and Deputy Superintendent McMaster, and more especially, Mr. Adam Searcy for coming out and most of the time to our Student Advisory Board meetings and hearing our public comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Well said. We appreciate your time.
Itzel Orleana.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Itzel Orellana, and I am the Student Body Vice President at Worcester High School and incoming Student Voice Vice President. I would like to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to Deputy Superintendent Tiffany McMaster, Chief Operations Officer Adam Searcy, Chief Facilities Management Officer Tammy Zimmerman, Trustee Beth Smith, and Representative Miguel Martinez for taking the time to meet with students and staff from Worcester regarding the reconstruction of our school. I truly appreciate the opportunity to hear directly from you all about the vision and plans for Worcester's future. More importantly, I appreciate your willingness to listen, taking the time to engage with students, answer our questions, and explain the reconstruction process demonstrated a genuine commitment to ensuring that our voices are included in conversations that directly impact our school community. Worcester is a place where students from all backgrounds are given the opportunity to learn, grow, and succeed. Our incredible diversity in programs such as our IB program, bilingual education program, specialized education, and our hard of hearing and deaf program carry tremendous pride and have helped shape a strong and vibrant community. As a student at Worcester, there have been times where I felt that our school was overlooked, underrepresented, or defined by stereotypes rather than recognized for its strengths and potential. That is why these conversations have been so meaningful. Seeing district leaders and community representatives actively listen to our concerns and advocate for the needs of our students sends a powerful message that Worcester matters and that our future is worth investing in. I also wanted to thank my fellow peers who have been dedicated to advocating for our student body and our staff, Mr. Coley, Mrs. Lenow, and Ms. Danielson, and most specifically, Mr. Kitchen, for being a principal that strongly believes in our Worcester community and for being somebody that we can rely on. Thank you for your time, your transparency, and your dedication to this initiative. I look forward to continue to working alongside you all throughout this process, and I'm excited to see the future plans for Worcester to become a reality. And I am more than willing to provide any additional support towards the capital improvement plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We really appreciate your words.
Dustin Coley.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Coley.
Sorry, I'm dusty. I was mucking out my classroom today. So,
Okay, Dr.
Superintendent
Coley.
Ernst, President Mayberry, members of the board. I've been to a lot of different public comments for a lot of different boards, and you usually speak to the board and you do the thing, and then you just, city council or whatever have you, and then they make their decision, and you're like, oh, well, I'm so glad I spent 3 hours of my life doing that. But giving public comment through this whole process, through both the AFMP and the CIP as it revolves around Worcester, I was very pleasantly surprised and appreciative from staff to see this recommendation come forward. We've been in a lot of different roller coaster of places as we've been going through this process, and I also, as many of my students and colleagues have suggested, that sincere gratitude and appreciation has been given to staff, specifically Deputy Superintendent McMaster, Tammy, Adam, and everyone else who's been involved in this process. I think I echo Diane Nicolette when I say that we are very excited about this proposed phased rebuild of Worcester, and also that we get to share our campus with just ourselves for right now, too, which is really great. And then I also would like to recommend or to talk about what Trustee Hull has said about the soul of Worcester and how so many of the members, my aunts, uncles, there's all these different people who have passed through the halls of Worcester, and how many people it's important to in this community. And we're just very excited that it is going to be moving forward into a direction that is beneficial for hopefully everyone in this, this organization. I did want to point out one point is that through this process, obviously there's been a lot of confusion in the community. And I attended a Rising Sophomore Night last week, and even then, with all of our communications we've done with students, there's still some confusion about, will Worcester be here, will it not, will it be closed, that sort of thing. So just going forward, I really hope that as a district, as staff, as a board, as a community, that we continue to be transparent and very clear with our community about the direction going forward, because there are concerns about enrollment for students, whether they want to stay at a school that may or may not be rebuilt. So I just really hope that with this approval, hopefully, that will also be part of the package where communication is really strong and clear. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dustin. We appreciate you.
Carson Boyer.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How's the weather up there?
All right. Hello. First, I would like to thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Carson Boyer. I'm a rising senior at Worcester High School. I'm here to talk about the amazing things that I have seen at Worcester and how the capital improvement plan will support the Worcester community. Worcester's not your average high school. Its reputation may not be the best. When I tell people I chose to go to Worcester, they give me a weird look. However, Worcester is an amazing school no matter what the haters say. Some of the amazing programs that Worcester has built. The IB program. This program is a big part of Worcester and offers some of the highest level classes in the district. The Spanish program. The Spanish program is an amazing program. It offers a lot of kids opportunities that they wouldn't have elsewhere. For example, we offer some math classes in Spanish that help kids get education that they wouldn't have a chance to get at any other school in the district. Theater. It's a big part of Worcester. In the past few years, we have won awards from Linnea, which is a big theater festival down in California, and one of the biggest in the nation. Specialized education and deaf and hard of hearing programs. It's a program that may not be at the center of Worcester, but it helps define who we are, as there are plenty of events that help support and promote this program throughout the school year. An extremely close community that can't be found anywhere else. I've met all of my close friends through the Worcester community, and I think that the amount of different groups that are so close is overwhelming. However, the connection between them is amazing, and the amount of different people that I know throughout different parts of Worcester is also amazing. Sports teams. While we may not be the most competitive in the city in all of our sports, our soccer team was 4th overall at state last year, and our cross-country team will be chasing a state championship this fall. And there's probably a lot more programs that I have not mentioned. Some of the problems with the current Worcester buildings: asbestos, the ventilation system. It kind of works, but not really. It tends to be really loud and it disrupts classes. I, for one, have been really annoyed by our ventilation system. Lab rooms and materials that are very outdated, mold in the walls, ant problems. Some of my teachers have told us not to eat in class because it lures ants. Stuffy classrooms, and lighting and sound problems in the theater. It shut down suddenly halfway through this semester at one point. I would like to take a moment to thank everyone who I've met and worked with throughout this process. Principal Kitchen, Ms. Lenow, Ms. Danielson, Mr. Coley, Adam Searcy, Tammy Zimmerman, and Deputy Superintendent McMasters. I would also like to shout out Dair Castillo, Itzel Orellana, and Milo Gomez Mesa, who I am friends with and have been for some time. These people have told me that I am not alone in the fight to help Worcester grow, and thank you so much, all of you. I think that the capital improvement plan would be a large step in the right direction to give Worcester what it needs to support its students and staff to achieve everything that they want. And as an advocate for Worcester, I push for the rebuild because I feel like it would support the community that surrounds Worcester, and it might change the reputation that it has. Thank you.
Great job, Carson. Thank you so much.
Emiliano Gomez Mesa.
Milo, how are you?
Good, and you?
Good.
Mr. Mayberry. My name is Emiliano Gomez Meza. People call me Milo, and I'm a rising senior and student body president at Worcester High School. I'd like to take the time today to state how grateful I am to the the Capital Funding Protection Committee, and this board, specifically Deputy Superintendent McMasters, Adam Searcy, Tammy Zimmerman, Worcester's trustee Beth Smith, President Mayberry, and Miguel Martinez for their work these past months in making my school feel like a financial priority and putting genuine, thoughtful effort into keeping us updated and making our voices at Worcester feel heard. And of course, shout out to Principal Kitchen and the entire Worcester staff, because without them, I wouldn't be here at all. Worcester's future has been caught in the crossfire between the original goals of the FMP, the new ambition of the AFMP, and the fact that enrollment is declining steadily throughout the entire district. Falling back on the original plan of a new Worcester seemed like a logical thing to do, but its importance to students and families in the Midtown area was and is absolutely indispensable. And I'm very grateful for the committee for realizing this through advocacy from students like myself and my friends, as well as staff and community members. I don't want to downplay the importance of a new admin building, which I'm sure many of our staff in the district would appreciate, but I appreciate prioritizing fixing the leaky roofs and asbestos in the spaces where children reside first. I don't watch baseball, but I watch basketball, and I'm seeing San Antonio and OKC go at it in the Western Conference Finals a couple weeks ago, and they had dark years too. They had to give up a lot of championship windows to try and invest in their future, and a lot of picks, and they're in the finals now. So I like to think that you guys are doing the same thing. You guys are putting this aside for a better future in your students, so I appreciate that. I like what was said earlier about learning, and I think we students and you all adults can find a lot of common ground there, as our nature as advocates and change makers has to be open and able to adapt to new knowledge and incorporate new ideas the best we can while trying to make as many people as happy as possible. And I think that the past few months has been a great example and exercise of that for everyone involved. We spent a lot of time talking about how great Worcester is and how important it is that we continue having a functioning school. It now feels like our voice has been heard, and I'm forever grateful for your work. In a way, we're honoring our past students and looking forward to the future of Worcester students, who I know will accomplish so much more than me or my classmates ever could because of this investment into this community. I'm also thankful for the work that this board accomplishes in general, and I'm very excited to serve as a co-student representative this upcoming school year. I hope and trust that any compromise or further review on this plan will keep students and families in mind before anything else. And this is just about the best way summer could have started. So thank you.
Milo, if you could just stay at the podium real quick. I just want to, and we'll have formal introductions in August, but I just want to let my colleagues know this is one of our student representatives, Milo Gomez. He'll replace Maya in August, and had an opportunity to meet Milo at Worcester. In fact, I remember having a conversation with their principal. I thought, man, Milo would be great as a student representative. So I'm just absolutely delighted that you're coming on board. And from one president to another, thank you for all that you're doing and for your comments and for your time today.
Thank you very much. I'm really excited to work with you guys and get to know you all. And of course, shout out to Carson, Dyer, Itzel, everyone else who's also been a part of this process, and the admin, of course. I wouldn't be here without them. So
thank you. Well, on behalf of the entire board, this is what we do every day. And the students, you're the core of why we're here. And so have a wonderful summer. Okay.
Thank you very
Be
much.
safe.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. It's refreshing to have positive public comment, isn't it? Jeez. I'll sleep well tonight. Okay. If there aren't any more questions for Adam Searcy, if not, I'm more than willing to entertain a motion. Yes, Trustee Smith.
Yes, and I would love to make that motion.
Yes.
Quick clarification, when does the Capital Funding Protection Committee meet? I know we referenced it as Worcester's graduation day, but for those who don't know when that is.
That would be Thursday, June 11th, 4 p.m. in this meeting, in this room.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for all that you've done. You've really taken the dissent that was provided and really turned that into really hearing, because we can talk loud at each other or we can stop and understand. And so I think the last sports analogy will be sort of like sports, and that's to stay curious and not be judgmental for those who know the show. And it's just really important, and I really believe in this team, and I'm incredibly proud of what everyone has done. So with that, President Mayberry, I'd love to make the motion. Thank you so much. I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to return the following recommendation to the Capital Funding Protection Committee for their consideration. Approving the 10-year capital improvement plan as previously recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee on April 30th, 2026, to include the Capital Funding Protection Committee's recommendation for a full rebuild of Earl Worcester High School, but restoration of funding for new administrative facilities.
I second.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor by Trustee Smith to approve item 3.02 as stated, with a second by Trustee Westlake. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you, colleagues. We're moving on to 3.03, and I tell you what, we've been at this for almost 3 hours, so if you can just allow us to take about a 10-minute break. For those in the audience, I know we have some more business to tend to. Take about a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back. Thank you. I'm going to call the Board of Trustees meeting for June 9th back to order. It's like it's 5:04. I do want to take a quick personal privilege. It was made aware to me during the break that our other student representative is here, and I'd like to introduce Kaylee Federwish. Thank you. And she's accompanied by her mother, Miss Federwish. We appreciate you being here, Mom. And again, we'll have formal introductions in August, but she goes to North Valleys, and we're looking forward to serving with you, Kaylee.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Oh, that was painful. Anyways, thank you, Kaylee. We appreciate you being here. Have a wonderful summer. Okay, we're going to move to item 3.03. This is a presentation and discussion of possible action to approve an amendment to for Food Services Management Company. With us is Adam Searcy, again, Chief Operating Officer, along with Mark Mathers, our Chief Financial Officer, and Andrea Sullivan is in the house should we need her. Thank you.
And thank you, President Mayberry. Again, Superintendent Ernst, Board of Trustees. For the record, Adam Searcy, Chief Operating Officer. A great number of folks that have worked hard to bring this updated agreement before the board today. That is specifically the scope of this agenda item, to potentially renew or amend the initial agreement for fiscal year 27 with SFE, Southwest Food Service Excellence. But as with any good presentation, we need a little bit of a thorough history lesson explanation into the National School Lunch Program. The National School Lunch Program is really a federal program funded by Congress and administered by the U.S. Department of Agriculture. This is actually one of the programs that I think the federal government does quite well, that almost all public schools in the nation participate in. And it includes a variety of important elements and standards and programs, some of which are highlighted here. But really, it allows us to provide these balanced, low-cost meals to students every day at all of our schools, in many instances at no cost to them. So lots of information behind each and every one of those bullets, and many more bullets. But really, when we think about the nutrition services program that we operate here, think about it in terms of being a federally managed and funded program that we have participated in for a long period of time. Also, a part of that program is the requirement that a food service management company, that is what the acronym they use, that Southwest Food Service Excellence is, we're only allowed to enter into one-year amendments with them. And so that's why we're here again today. We'll hear a little bit more about how we came to the partnership with SFE, but as a part of the National School Lunch Program, and as it relates to food service management companies, only one-year extensions of our relationship. But within the Nutrition Services Enterprise Fund, so as opposed to the general fund or even the capital fund or other sorts of specialized or enterprise funds, this entire program must be self-sustaining amongst its federal revenues, expenses, and other sources of revenue. The federal program comes with an extensive amount of reporting requirements, financial accountability. Oversight is administered at the state level and the district level through the Nevada Department of Agriculture. So as opposed to NDE, this program is through the Department of Agriculture, administer all school lunch programs across the state of Nevada. This program, as it relates financially, includes, as I mentioned, many special programs, but we're going to talk a little bit about the Community Eligibility Provision, is the acronym CEP, that you're going to hear about a little bit, that it really is a relatively new program as a part of the National School Lunch Program that allows school districts to provide school meals at no cost to students across the entire school on the basis of their entire enrollment's average levels, measures of poverty. And there are also a variety of other strict federal rules and regulations that govern how we must operate this program. I say that in large part to highlight the specialized nature of this work, and in part, the reason why we do reach out to a specialized vendor partner to help us manage this program. So starting with the people that every day make a difference in our students' educational experience, nearly all of the nutrition services team are actually school WCSD employees. And so there's actually over 400 individuals who, for 2-3 hours a day in some instances, and many instances full-time, work in some way, shape, or form in our central kitchen, in our schools, or elsewhere to make a difference in our students' educational experience, as I said. Southwest Food Service Excellence, SFE, as I mentioned, is our food service management company. They only have a handful of full-time employees dedicated to the Washoe County School District. They provide management support and offsite analysis, guidance to all of our internal team. That image right there, I didn't caption, but is representative of one of our SFE directors talking before the start of last school year to dozens and dozens and dozens of our site managers and school kitchen leaders across the district. I mentioned the RFP, or the selection of SFE. We've had different management companies over the years. The USDA, the National School Lunch Program, requires us to competitively solicit that service at least once every 5 years. We did so just over a year ago, and SFE was selected and approved by this board. So this last school year was their first year in partnership with the district. In addition to their guidance, their management responsibilities, et cetera, they are contractually obligated to achieve a certain financial outcome for the fund. That's really kind of a summary of the team there. Also, I think in order to fully appreciate where we're at and where we're going, we, of course, need to learn a little bit about where we've been. As with many things in our world, it's been a bit of a roller coaster ride when you factor in COVID. So pre-2020, pre-COVID, you can see the beginnings of the CEP program and a relatively familiar to many of us program of free and reduced lunch and relatively stable enterprise fund performances. Of course, during the COVID period, radical disruption. There were a short period of time where our board actually approved reductions in force because of tremendous decline in meal participation and the associated impact on the financials of the fund. Thankfully, federal COVID relief came in shortly before those had to be enacted, and that really changed the game completely, allowing us to provide meals to every student at no cost to them, and providing the district with unprecedented levels of reimbursement from the federal level. Since those additional subsidies ceased, beginning in the 24-25 school year, we transitioned to balance that we are experiencing this year in terms of about 2/3 of our program, of our schools, being included on that CEP program, and the remaining third being on a more traditional program. We've seen changes in terms of participation drops and things of that nature, and also during that time period, we've seen labor costs and commodity costs increasing at a rate greater than our revenue. So you can see the fund balance declining over that period of time as well. So really a short summary of the roller coaster ride that we've been on to bring us to where we are today. This is, a recap of the work that we did this school year. Lots of words, lots of exciting numbers on this slide. I wanted to ask JJ if she could cue up a 90-second video that will tell the story much better than I could about the work that the entire team did in all of our schools throughout this year. See, that was fun. Hopefully you guys are hungry. You can see so many smiles. This is so much not only about managing the business side of this, but also the education, the attraction, the experience that food brings to our learning environments. SFE has been an important partner in that for us throughout this school year. So really where we're at today, and in kind of a wrap-up of 25-26 to segue into where we are going next school year. As I said, about 2/3 of our schools are included today on that CEP program. That effectively means that all students eat for free enrolled at those schools, regardless of their income levels. It's essentially a measure of the average poverty across that particular school. Of course, it's a more complex calculation, and there's lots of different ways to arrive at that, but that's where our school district has pegged it for the last two school years. At the remaining schools, approximately a quarter of those students either apply individually or actually qualify directly for free meals on an individual basis by virtue of their enrollment in other state and federal programs. So really an important distinction. They call that direct certification. Is a large number of students who automatically qualify for free meals individually on the basis of their merit. And today, or throughout this school year, breakfast and lunch were served at $2.10 and $3.35 respectively for paid students at all of those schools. As you likely are aware, our current board policy and administrative regulations regarding school meal debt ensures that no child is refused a meal or shamed in any way due to their lack of ability to pay for a meal. And so we take up that matter with their parent or guardian and diligently pursue reconciliation of those funds, but that is something that we do see an increase of and are working with our principals and our parents and guardians on a regular basis. In order to fund this program, on balance, the bottom line, because, as I mentioned, those significant increases in costs to the program and the revenues are largely tied to the federal level, as opposed to the per pupil funding that we're often talking about in these board meetings as it relates to the general fund. This is largely subsidized and funded at the federal level, which did not see similar increases in revenues or reimbursement levels, while we did afford all of our district employees with the large and deserving increases in their compensation levels. In order to maintain this balance of schools on CEP and many other variables, we are having to subsidize this program, the enterprise fund, out of our fund balance to the tune of several $1 million a year. So there's a lot more to it than that, but that's really the bottom line. A lot of great things going on in the Nutrition Services Fund, and we're pleased to recommend our continued partnership with SFE. And Mr. Mathers and so many others have worked hard to help write the agreement and chart our course forward for where we might be going in future school years.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer, for the record. So I think as everyone probably knows, there have been efforts at both the state and federal level to restore or refund a universal free program. That's a conversation that continues to happen. So far, as you know, that hasn't happened. And so with the current setup, which Adam really effectively kind of laid out, flat federal reimbursements, how the CEP program funding model works or doesn't work. We do have that shortfall in the enterprise fund for this coming fiscal year of $3 million. I think this came up by virtue of a question at the last budget presentation. Want to make sure it's understood that, as part of the negotiations with SFE, they have some skin in the game here. There's some shared financial responsibility on their side. Our side's $3 million, but they certainly are working on their end, and they have some commitments on their side that equate to significant financial commitment from SFE. But that all being said, I know you realize for a $36 million fund, a $3 million shortfall is significant and not sustainable. And so, as we talked about at that budget meeting, we'll be coming to you either as part of the fiscal year 28 budget process or perhaps separately this fall or winter with concepts we've been looking at with SFE. They've been really good thought partners for us, helping us do the analysis. Those could include a number of the changes that you see there. And we'll go through the kind of, again, CEP finance issues with you in greater detail in the fall and winter. There's some other topics there we may touch on to problem solve this issue if there isn't a universal free program that comes along. So again, we'll be coming to you with those concepts later this calendar year. Wanted to put out there for you in case you did wonder, well, what happens when you are overspending? What's the plan? We will come to you with a plan.
Thanks, Mark. So back to the proposal at hand for FY27. This is a comprehensive agreement with SFE, but this is really the takeaways. For next school year, this agreement proposes to maintain the same schools that are on CEP as well as off. That's really the headline. There are minor increases proposed to the individual meal prices, 25-cent increase to the lunch prices and a 10-cent increase to the breakfast prices. This is actually a part of the National School Lunch Program where there's a price equity tool, it's called, that the USDA publishes that we are actually required to fill out and submit to the Nevada Department of Agriculture that generally prescribes the levels of price increases that we are required to implement if we are operating at a deficit. So that, as well as the entirety of the agreement, has been reviewed for compliance by the Nevada Department of Agriculture. We're required to do that before we present it to the board. And really, I do sincerely want to emphasize sort of the final point of just how much, as you can imagine, whether you're a new hire, an incoming superintendent, or a new partner in a large food service program, there's some growth and some learning in those initial months and years, and there is so much growth and potential in that second year and beyond. So next year, really, we do anticipate being a year of improvement and growth as we all know each other and know our systems better for the exciting work that we did through that video and ongoing. There'll be challenging conversations for years ahead. There's lots of variables that will inform that. But for the FY27 proposal for next school year, this is the recommendation. Again, just a one-year agreement as allowed by the USDA with food service excellence for a total fee and a guaranteed financial outcome, as well as all of the intangible improvements that we aspire to. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, sir. Questions for the panel? Yes, Trustee Nicolette.
I'll frame a statement and then a question. I just want to say bravo to the enhanced fun with food. I mean, I see it in the 49 schools that I visit across every age, and a new joy for eating, and I think that's fabulous. Throughout the school. Here's my problem. This $200,000 debt is not really new. We've struggled with that for a very long time. I don't think we have never not had such a debt. This is a little higher than in previous years. But in slide 8 and 9, I noticed the word efficiency, which I like, means different things to different people, but a word that I don't see at all, or a strategy I don't see at all, that I'm strongly recommending is top of mind, is the waste. It's out of control. Every school I go to, I go visit the nutrition experts in their kitchens. If they're there, sometimes I'm there early or I'm there late. I always compliment them and I always ask, so tell me how this is working. Tell me what's working, tell me what needs to improve. Hands down, it is about the fun and increased joy and presentation. Top of mind, without doubt, every time is the waste. And one of the so I kind of try and deep dive into it without getting, I don't want to make them uncomfortable, so I try and be very respectful. But when I ask the question, so tell me, what's your biggest concern? There's two things. Number one is how the ordering goes. We are given this food, and so often we can't use it in a timely manner. Kids don't want it, et cetera, all the things that you know, and we end up throwing too much away. So waste is huge. Do not take that as just a little bit of food's being wasted. Monumental numbers of food going in the trash. Now, some of our schools, I want to be very careful here because there are certain rules that you must follow when reserving food. But I will tell you that the preponderance of our nutrition experts, they have a very hard time throwing away food that is still edible. And so they have beautifully found ways, and I applaud them, to creating a sharing bowl and other kinds of things. And I say, bravo, you're brilliant. And then I ask, so are you sharing this information with the people that make the top level decisions? And typically I hear, no, we're not even asked. I don't know if that's true or not, but when someone I have talked to over the years in the same role in the kitchen tells me, no, I'm not even asked, I worry about that. So I'm strongly recommending that when you relook at our shortfall, you look at how we're spending the money and how we cannot waste so much food. It's egregious. It's wrong. Our kids are seeing that. They're getting into a pattern of where it's just okay to throw the food away that I don't want to eat. That breaks my heart because that is not a healthy way to see the food. That our company and our workers, they work so hard to put this together and make this good for our students, and then they just, throw it away. Throw it away. So I'll get off my soap opera. Again, I see fun things happening. I see good food. I see kids having fun together at their lunch tables, but we got to get a handle on the waste. It's just out of hand. Thank you.
Trustee Phoenix and then Trustee Westlake.
All right. So after reviewing this one over and over and over, and this one really got to me, is really looking at how we're going to problem solve this thing. And I know you're going to come back to us and give us some answers. But losing $3 million per year, and you're going to come back to us, I get it. But I'm really looking at how are we going to be able to sustain a food nutritional program, in the future? How are we going to do that with this loss that's continued to occur? And along with, finding other ways, innovative ways to do that. I know you're going to come back to us, but some initial thoughts on that from both of you all.
I mean, some of the concepts here are listed. Certainly staffing configuration and levels is something we prudently should be doing regardless of kind of a fund status, but that's something we'll take a look at. The CEP funding formula, or there have been adjustments to the CEP program in the past that allows dipping deeper and lower into schools with lower FRL. Unfortunately, the federal government didn't adjust the reimbursement formula. So for CEP schools, you basically break even with a school that's at 62.5% FRL percentage. Anything below that is a cost and a subsidy. So the further down you go in terms of schools with lower FRL rates, the greater the subsidy or shortfall. And so we want to show you that, and I know making changes to the list of CEP schools will be difficult, but you have a difficult job, and it's important for you to see the numbers there. So there's, those are some of the initial concepts that we've talked with SFE about that are coming to the surface. There'll probably be more. I appreciate the comments about food waste. We'll take a look at that. SFE's come forward with ideas about packaging of food and saving costs through various kinds of methods, and so we will cover that with you again, fall, winter. We don't have any fully baked ideas at this time, but that gives you a sense of where we might go.
Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Mayberry. So Chief Mathers, Chief Searcy, you guys are wonderful. This is such an important program, and I can tell that you guys are really being mindful. I do have a question. Oh, that screen that was just up there, sorry. Who switched it? No, it was the one there. The high school participation, does that mean high school wouldn't participate in the CEP at all? Or what does exactly that mean? And then I had something else I wanted to say.
I mean, there could be various issues here. Something SFE has raised is the open campuses and how Washoe's not unique, but on one end of the spectrum in terms of that issue. I know that has a ripple effect, and there are many kind of variables to any of those conversations. There are certainly some high schools who have very low participation. Mm-hmm. And so are there different ways to either increase meal participation or, adjust costs to reflect, for those open campuses, kind of the level of interest?
Okay.
That's kind of what we're getting at there. It's as opposed to elementary schools where we see much greater participation.
That makes sense. So on the unpaid charges, you're speaking of parents or caretakers that are supposed to be paying for lunches because they don't qualify for free and reduced lunch, and they don't. So I really do think that needs to be addressed, and something in my one-on-one with Superintendent Ernst, and he'll probably bring it up to you, so I don't want to get into it a lot, but I was thinking of like EFT monthly drafts where a card is on file and then an EFT goes through, or a credit card, because and I agree wholeheartedly, our staff at our schools cannot be collection agencies. It's just they're trying to establish relationships with parents and, get this camaraderie, and then to be getting down on that level, gonna send Guido after you to break your knees kind of thing. But not that bad, but I'm just saying, I think we need to find a way around of trying to avoid that and like heading it off at the pass. It's like, hey, a form goes home if your child is going to have lunch and you didn't fill out the free and reduced lunch application, and debit card needs to be on file or something. So I'm just saying if we could look at that. I did want to agree and bring forth that I've had the same experiences as trustee Dr. Nicolette has had at the schools. And I think, and this is kind of a clarifying thing, I think there's laws around what foods need to be offered, balancing, starches, veggies, this and that. My thing is, though, is it just we just have to have it there available, or does each child have to get that? See, and that's the thing. I mean, you can lead a horse to water. That doesn't mean they're going to drink. I mean, some kid wouldn't eat a carrot if his life depended on it, and then there goes all the carrots and stuff. So, I mean, I think if we could figure out a way of packaging things separate, as long as it's there. Do you have to chuck it on their tray and stuff? Oh, good Lord. I mean, so I don't know how you'd get around the waste. I don't know how. I don't know how you could get around the waste if you have to actually put that food in that child's hand. It'd be different if it just has to be there readily available and encouraged. So I don't know. It's tough. Maybe we need to have a compost thing at every school, and we could sell the compost. You guys, seriously though, for ranchers and farmers and people doing home gardens, and they come and get a bag of compost or something. I don't know. It teach kids about recycling too. But anyhow, that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, trustee. Clerk Hall.
Thank you. Trustee Westlake, I challenge you to go to Congress and change those laws. Good luck. Okay, so I have some similar concerns about waste, but I just want to bring up that I want to be really careful about any changes in packaging because we've made a lot of progress in sustainability choices. So I just, as we go into these changes, I want to make sure that we continue working on sustainable choices and not package and heat up our food in plastic. We really have made some great progress towards that, and I can't tell you how many times I saw kids eat pancakes out of plastic, and it just made my stomach churn. So one suggestion I would like to bring up in regards to what Trustee Westlake was saying is I find the My School Bucks app and login to be very clunky and difficult for parents. As a parent who does have a credit card on file, and I don't get the updates when my kid's account goes negative, I find it very difficult to add money to the account. So I would really like to see us work with that app company or maybe even look at other options because I'm just curious if maybe I'm not the only parent who's fairly techie and struggles to fill my own children's school lunch accounts. Well, only my middle schooler, because my high schooler refuses to eat lunch at 10:30 in the morning, because that's when AACT has lunch. But my biggest question is where... Certainly, I think we need to continue to educate our legislators and governor, whomever that may be, about this entire process and how many kids are not receiving it, as well as what the federal reimbursements are. I think that we have to find a balance. We can't just take all of this out of the state budget. We certainly want to take advantage of the federal money and reimbursement, but my biggest concern about this presentation today is the increase in prices and how that's going to impact our families and our students who already have a debt. So how are we going to do that? And you don't have to have the answer today, because I can see that we're obviously really working on that. But I have some real concerns that debt is just going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, especially for some schools. So that may be something that we really need to go to the community about and have some really hard conversations about how we can do better. So I don't necessarily know that I'm looking for an answer, but I would like to know if we've looked at the My School Bucks and what we're doing to maybe educate families about how to use it, and if we think that that's maybe part of the problem for filling the accounts. I don't know.
I'll just say it doesn't help, and I had the same experience with my kids. It's not, it is a clunky system. We can look at other systems. We're kind of a little bit in a holding pattern pending the new ERP system that's supposed to go live on July 1 of 27. I think that will provide an opportunity for us to look at other kind of satellite software systems that can integrate with Oracle and are more modern. But your point's well taken, and we can look at it. I know we've talked about it in the business office before. It is a program of a major software company, but I agree with you. It's clunky, so we can look at it.
Quickly, when we were being subsidized, was there a ceiling? Excuse me. Was there a ceiling, or was that covered 100%? And then how does that money? Is that money funneled through the federal government to the state, and then they bring it to us, or is it all state allocated?
So when there was universal free on a federal level, it went from the feds, funneled through the state to us. And those reimbursements were more than enough to cover our costs at the time. As Adam noted, during the COVID years, that was before the cost of living adjustments that our employees received in fiscal years 24 to 25 and 26 that amounted to 17%. So, but at the time, it more than covered our costs. So.
Thank you. Yeah, Trustee Nicolette.
Final question. In the 2027 projection of 3 million in shortfall, does that include the relooking at the CEP schools? Because if we take them out of the mix, will that have a negative effect?
No, the $3 million loss assumes the continuation of the 64 schools on CEP next fiscal year. We're not making a change next school year to the list of current CEP schools. That will come to you again in the winter, most likely, for, discussion. So the $3 million includes and builds in, I was going to say bakes in, see, I went there. The fact that we're continuing the same number of schools on CEP.
And if I may suggest that when you bring that important information to us, you also bring us the fabulous ideas about how to reduce waste.
And Trustee Smith, and then we'll go to public comment.
Thank you, President Mayberry. So I've also asked about what we do with the food, and this is gut check me here, but it's a requirement from the federal government that if a child wants, let's say, a banana, they have to take absolutely everything, right? Yes, okay. So I just want to point that out because I think this question has come up from a lot of us, and that's set at a federal level or on a state level. Can you clarify?
Federal.
Federal. And then also, some school districts here in Nevada find the discrepancy between what they're compensated for the CEP program versus what it will cost the district, that they even decline doing the CEP program in the state of Nevada. And there are quite a few counties that actually do that. I'm a huge proponent of meals for all of our kids. This is something we talked about as a potential for this year's legislative platform, and I look forward to and hope that we can continue this conversation that way too. On a side note, my fourth grader, or he was a fourth grader, has never loved school lunch as more as he has loved school lunch this year. And last week, I was serving some chicken for dinner, and my 10-year-old looked at me and said, "Yes, this is quite good," and reminded our family for easily the 40th time, the time that you came to his school and served them chicken teriyaki as he was eating the chicken I had cooked. And he said, "You know, Mom, given who you work with, maybe they'll give you the recipe." So I will put it out there to the ether, and maybe this could be fun to put out to all families, but could I have your recipe for the chicken teriyaki? Thank you.
That's great. All right. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Trustee Smith. JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
On that note, Simon Murphy.
And just as a reminder, comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to the agenda item. Thank you.
Fabulous. Thank you, Superintendent Ernst and trustees. My name is Simeon Murphy. I am the district manager for SFE. I'm a part of the leadership team that supports WCSD. We are so excited for the opportunity to continue to serve your students in your community next year. We have done a lot of wonderful, wonderful things this year that is in no small part due to your guys' WCSD food service team. I want to extend a heartfelt thanks to them. They are integral in every single thing that we do, both at the Nutrition Services Center and at every single school building across the district every day. So I want to thank them. I want to thank Mark and Adam for their leadership and partnership this year. They have welcomed us as partners from day one and allowed us to truly work together to move forward our food service program in the right direction. So thank you, gentlemen. And I would like to thank you, the trustees and Superintendent Ernst, for your trust and the privilege to serve your guys' students and serve your community. We have had a wonderful, wonderful time doing it this year. We recognize that we certainly have a lot of work to do, and we are looking forward to continuing the momentum from this year to provide wonderful meals next year. Thank you.
Thank you,
And I'll provide a chicken teriyaki recipe.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Well, what you give to one member of the board, you have to give to all of us. So. We good?
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Okay, trustees, if there's no further discussions or questions, I'm happy to entertain a motion. Trustee Phoenix.
All righty. I move that the Board of Trustees approves Amendment 2 for Renewal 1 of Request for Proposal, RFP 90-P-01-25-AS Food Services Management Company for a period of 1 year beginning July 1st, 2026 and ending June 30th, 2027 to Southwest Food Service Excellence, LLC, in the amount of $584,018 plus other reimbursable expenses such as salaries, benefits, foods, and supply costs.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor from Trustee Phoenix and a second from Trustee Nicolette to approve item 3.03. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. And thank you all for coming. We'll move on to item 3.04. This is a presentation, discussion, possible action for the Board of Trustees to approve, modify, or deny the restart of Sierra Nevada Academy Charter School snacks. Our presenters are Chris Hackbush, Chief of Secondary Academics, Nicole Johnson, Director of Secondary Academics and Assessment, and Rochelle Proctor, Coordinator of Charter School Extended Studies. I don't see Mr. Hackbush, so it looks like you guys are in charge. There he is. He's in the back. Thank you, sir. He's up on deck there. All right. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming.
Good afternoon, President Mayberry, Superintendent Ernst, and trustees. We are here this evening to review the snacks recharter process that we have gone through. Just a quick overview of things that I know you have seen this in the past. The reason we are here is because snacks received 3 years of a 1-star NSPF rating, and they did not meet any of the exceptions set forth by SB 460. And just a reminder, restarting a charter is similar to opening a brand-new charter, and so that charter contract term will be for 6 years. And our messaging timeline, previous to our late November board meeting, we had lots of messaging between the district and meetings and snacks to notify them of their standing and possibilities of what could happen, moving us into our late November board meeting with the board moving forward with suggesting that snacks move forward with a new diagnostic review, governing body, reconstituting a new governing body, administration. They had to obtain either new school administration or retain an independent administration mentor. They also had to have stakeholder communication, informing their families and staff at what their standing was. And they were set with a default deadline, which they met. Moving forward onto that, Nicole will talk about the application process.
Good evening, President Mayberry, Superintendent Ernst, Board of Trustees. I'm Nicole Johnson, Director of Secondary Academics and Assessment. So as far as the rechartering goes, we started in December of 2025. Rubrics were given to snacks to look over, and our committee used those rubrics to then give them a score on that recharter application. Those were due in February. Later on in March, snacks received the feedback from the review committee and then came and presented to us on April the 8th. So all of the scores were taken from committee members and compiled into a document where they scored fairly well. So there was no score that was less than a 2.5, and a score of 3 was the highest, just to give context for that. And then we're here today for the rechartering review and decision. Some of the key pieces that stuck out from the summary. So overall assessment, they had a very complete application. Most of the areas met expectations, as I just mentioned. They do have a strong foundation for a restart, but we really were looking for a little bit more academic depth, some more detail and clarity in how they're going to specifically improve academic achievement. We did end up asking for more specifics, and were provided with a plan that was done in conjunction with their consultant that actually identified over 60 action steps separated into 6 different areas that they're going to attempt to make improvements. So other strengths, financially, they're stable. They do have MTSS and intervention structures that are in place, and their board has a clear plan for governing and providing that support for turnaround. Back to, again, those areas of improvement. So we were struggling to find some direct connections in how the recharter was going to specifically address student achievement. And again, that prompted the ask for, can you be a little bit more clear and specific? And we did receive that plan from Dr. Reagan and her team, again, in consultation with Dr. Ildy, who is their consultant. And from there, I think really what we're looking for some specific pieces. So one of the areas of improvement is for economically disadvantaged students. So specifically, what action steps would then target those students? So that's just an example of some clearer paths that we're looking for, clearer connections. So overall, operationally, yes, they're strong. Just we're looking at some underdeveloping areas in academics. And this is why we're saying that restart is supportable, but really we need a little bit more clearer academic supports, a clear academic plan, which is why when it comes to the superintendent's recommendation, we wanted to look at adding some specifics that might help them be successful. Because these are all of our kids, and we are responsible for ensuring that all of our kids in our community have a strong, sound education. And so we really feel that it's important to put forth the effort in supporting snacks to be successful in raising their achievement rates. So when it comes to the recommendation, we are adding in 3 separate conditions. So we're asking for increased monitoring from our staff, which would include site visits twice a year. We are adding additional contract language requiring the charter school to comply with all federal, state, and district grant requirements, including Title I, and completing and adhering to all established deadlines, simply submitting complete and timely documentation, and understanding that if that's not followed, it does constitute a non-compliance and a potential breach of the agreement, which would then subject them to corrective action. Could have impacts to performance ratings, possible withholding or delay of funds, and if persistent, potential termination of the charter contract. We also would like to do bi-monthly check-ins where Snacks is reporting to us on that plan that had the just over 60 action steps. And so they really put a lot of thought into this plan and how to improve performance. And so we want to monitor that and get regular updates on how that's going, so we can also look for how else might we be able to support them in raising student achievement.
Questions for the panel? Yes, Trustee Smith, please.
Yeah, thank you so much, President Mayberry. I've got a lot of questions on this. So if I'm not mistaken, the team, and I mean that collectively between Snacks and the district team, we have been anticipating this and preparing for this for more than a year because we knew that the scores were coming out. I'm concerned about at what point we fulfill our obligation as the charter holder here, because we've provided a lot of opportunities and we're moving the goalposts a lot. So here's my question, because we keep, and I have a great deal of respect for all of the schools that we support within our system, independent of if it's a charter or if it's one of our traditional schools. How would the contingency on this agreement, because we previously extended the charter for 5 years, the renewal would be for 6, and that's by state law, correct? Okay, I'm seeing nods. When the star ratings come out next fall, could that be a requirement if they're 1 star again? Here's where I'm lost. Is like we keep saying and if, and if, and if. At what point at what point do we stop moving those goalposts? Like, could we have as a contingency that if it is 1 star again, that breaches the agreement and then it stops? I'm going to just stop there because I think my point is probably coming across. So thank you.
Okay, is it okay if I try and respond to what you're asking, Trustee Smith? Rochelle Proctor for the record. So technically, they would be starting if you are to vote to restart this charter like a new charter contract. This would start that new 3-year process again that we're in right now of we would need 3 years of a 1-star rating before we would be back to revisiting at this point. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Trustee Phoenix, please.
Yes, thank you, Beth, for bringing that up, because that was a big, big picture. Not being an educator or a principal, but really getting like, okay, if I have to make this deal, what does this look like for me? And it doesn't look too good, so I really thank her for doing that. But I also, you had a lot of language in here that you're asking for already. And why is it not provided for you already if you really want to restart and you really want to get things going and get things moving? And I hadn't been here as long as everybody else, but the analogy is, we just keep adding and we keep adding, but we're seeing no product back. So if I'm a business owner and I'm not getting anything out of the profit here, why am I still investing in this? So I'm just being real with you on this here, taking it from that angle there. And I wanted to make sure that my voice was heard specifically on that you had asked for all this. How come it's not provided? That was a big ticket for me when you had that there. If you're a business owner and you're coming at me like this, I'm asking all these questions. You should be having all these answers for me there. And I know we have some restrictions. And then the benchmark plan itself. Where is it? How do we measure that success? And when is that decision point for termination? When is it? Where is it? You know, so that we as a trustee know what we're dealing with and where we're at. That is a big, from my lens looking over here, just taking that a business analogy, not necessarily from the educator or from the principal, but if I'm investing so much, where's my profit coming from? What am I getting out of this? So I just wanted to make sure that, I kind of really wanted to hammer that pretty big, that you ask for a lot and you're not getting a lot, and when do we make that call? So just my comments there to you.
Trustee Nicolette, please.
Thank you. A lot of work has gone into this on all parties, and I respect that, and I thank everyone, because I absolutely am with you. These are all our children. These are our communities. These are our employees. And to that, I'm going to say something that's not easy for me to say, but given the increase in monitoring and compliance oversight and submitting things in a complete and timely manner and bi-monthly check-ins and to support student achievement and good business, I want to strongly recommend that we increase the 1.5% to 2%. And that might even seem counterintuitive when you're trying to improve to have to spend more money, but our employees' time, effort, skills is extremely valuable. And I would like a little more skin in this game. So, and NRS tells us that we can go to 2.0%, and I think that that should be part of it. And I don't know if I want to answer this. So what would happen if we decided that this wasn't going to work for all the variables outlined? Would snacks, again, I'm thinking of viability and what's right and good. Would snacks have the opportunity then to go under the state charter school system? I don't know, maybe that's a question for someone else, but I just wonder about the options. Are we the only option?
Dr. Nicolette, my understanding is that for a charter to transition into the State Public Charter School Authority, they need to be a minimum of a 3-star rating.
Then my final statement will be, I've visited snacks on several occasions, and I've seen good things happening for students, and I've seen employees working hard and having fun. Having said that, this is about business. And that's extremely important to me because, as my colleague mentions, we have a fiduciary responsibility here. And so, again, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So let me ask this, a direct question. Please don't react. But what happens if we don't approve what's on the table today? Yeah, what happens if we don't approve what's on the table today?
If we don't approve, I'm sorry, Trustee
Yeah.
Mayberry, when you said don't react, I was like,
Oh,
we
yeah,
didn't know.
I apologize.
We didn't know if you wanted us to come up with a response, so we didn't look around the
It's
room.
I apologize. Maybe I shouldn't. I was just trying to preface it because it's a pretty bold statement.
Right.
Bold question, rather. That's all. That's what I was trying to get at, yeah.
If we did not approve, we would, I'm assuming, we have not had that discussion in great depth what it would look like, but it would be moving to close their elementary school because their middle school has not hit that 3-year statute. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I want to know. Thank you very much. Yeah, Trustee Smith.
Thank you. If we could return back to what the breach would, so in this, in the superintendent's recommendation, so it lists out all these things and it could be a potential termination of the charter contract. Would that be within 3 years? Because here's what I'm struggling with. The only way is to give another contract for 6 years, and commonsensically, this is not adding up. And this is not like a love of children or a respect for school. I don't understand how we would have 3 years of 1 star the State Public Charter School Authority is hands down the most charter-friendly organization in the entire state of Nevada, but they wouldn't take on the school under their charter, and really our only option is to give them 6 years, where we have to wait yet another 3 years and give this decision potentially to another board. So here is my question. What exactly is the potential termination of the charter contract? Because we haven't been able to meet any of the requirements so far. So the potential termination of the charter contract, could that be in the middle of these 6 years, or do we can't do that for a minimum of 3 years? Okay, because the way that it reads, just to me, into my plain language, is if they don't do any number of these things, they could have potential termination of the charter contract. But now you are clarifying, make sure I'm right, that would be no sooner than 3 years from now. So it's not as if this doesn't happen at the end of next school year, it's a breach of contract, and then we remove the charter. It's really 3 more years, even though the overall thing is 6, right? Okay, is everyone following that? Because that was a really important clarification. This isn't just if these things don't happen, there's a potential termination. In regular business speak, that could happen at any given point. This is really a minimum commitment of 3 years with a full rechartering for 6. That is a huge distinction to make, because it's not as if these things don't happen at the end of next school year, we can say that the contract is broken. So I just want to make sure that everyone is completely clear about that. Thank you.
Yeah, Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Mayberry. So that's where I was going, because I saw that language. Are we positive on that? Because I thought the 3 years was just regarding the star rating, but if they're not performing any of the requirements, that's separate from the star rating. So we're sure that that wouldn't be a termination of the charter contract? I mean, I think we've got to be really sure about that, you guys, because we're saying that this could potentially be 6 years, but when I'm looking at this, and I could see where, because that's what we're all used to. 3 years is kind of like where the bells and whistles are going off, and then you've got to do something if it's been 3 years of 1 star. And if that's how we chose to go to look at this, well, let's see if they can bring it to a 2-star, whatever. But to me, when I'm looking at this, it looks like we would have legal standing, and I don't know, maybe Council Sarah Montalvo, we would have legal standing that a contract's been broken as far as requirements, not the star issue.
So you can, and it actually addresses Trustee Smith's question as well, and her concerns, is while the 3 years is the requirement in the law for our oversight authority, you can contract as the sponsor to provide more rigorous requirements. And you can put in provisions in your charter contract what your expectations are for their academic performance. And you can say if they don't meet it you can give them an X amount of time, that will be considered a breach and termination worthy to come to the board to consider termination, if you wanted to do that from a contract perspective.
I'm just going to, because I've been to Snacks, and it's an amazing place. I think the location is not great. I mean, and that brings into the issue of absenteeism and getting things really churning along. It just does. So there's some things that are out of their control that have I think, compounded this. I'm just saying I think there's a way to protect ourselves and to say, okay, this is as far as the goalpost is going to be moved. This is where it's going to be, put it in concrete, and protect ourselves with the contract saying, because let's all be honest here. In 1 year, to bring it up to a 2-star, you've got to get some momentum and you've got to get a little time to work. So the extra monitoring, the mentoring, that's going to take, a couple of years. But I see the issue here. We've asked for things, and some of the stuff has been slow to come or not coming at all. But if it's in a contract and lined out, these are the expectations. This is what we want to see, and not get so we get upset with the star ratings, you guys. We get upset with those stars because it doesn't always show the potential or the growth in a school and the value in a school. So I want to find a way, and I'm hoping my other trustees can see that way, to not focus so much on the star, but how to protect ourselves, how to put those goalposts, expectations in concrete, and that way, you know, try and move this down the field. But no harm, no foul. If we're not seeing these expectations met in a year, then we have the contract. And then it's like, sorry guys, you know, I mean, that's just my feelings. And I don't think I'm being, you know, too lenient or, you know, milquetoast here. I just think there's usually a way that things can be done, and you don't feel like you're putting your neck out there. Like I would say, if we were into it for another 3 years and still trying to meet these expectations, I would not be very happy. I'd be cranky. So but I'd like to see us, and I do have to agree with Dr. Nicolette. This charter business is starting to get very expensive, and the overhead and the manpower, and you know, we probably at some point need to decide where we're going with this. And if we want to go with this, we need to be reimbursed accordingly for our efforts. And that's probably for discussion at a different time, but I definitely think that's a discussion we're going to need to have at some point. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize, I'm not sure who had, go ahead.
If I could clarify, if this is an agenda item to talk about whether or not you're going to restart their charter. And as they discussed, if you're going to restart the charter, you need to, this is the time to put in what you want to see in that charter, because it is a 6-year charter term. So if you want to put in provisions about the changing the fee, changing the expectations for academic progress and what that looks like and how long they have if they haven't met, what can constitute termination, this is the meeting to do that so they can work on that charter finalization.
Thank you. Trustee Smith and then Trustee Clerk Hall.
Clerk Hall had her light on, but just to follow on, because Chief Legal Counsel Montalvo was actually talking to what my question was. Does this have to be done literally right now, or could we make a motion for staff to come back with new terms that reflect? Now, I don't know, this board would still have to, after public comment, figure out what that is, but do we have to decide this right now? And could a motion look like directing the superintendent and staff to come back with a revised restart that has clear contract language with an endpoint by such a date, with changing that? Could we redirect that to staff and bring this back, let's say, on June 23rd?
Rochelle or Nicole, when does their charter agreement expire?
End of June.
End of June.
Well, yeah,
So if you could get it all together within the next board meeting, then I think June 23rd is the last date the board could consider it before their contract, their charter agreement expires.
I appreciate that. I like that, because I got to be honest, I don't exactly know what this contract should say right now. And maybe a majority of the board just wants to restart the 6 years. You guys are really the experts on that. What I do know is that this board really has shown an immense amount of respect and care for snacks. You lobbied our own members for going against staff's recommendation for an additional number of years on the restart that we did not too long ago, and we granted that, which was a clear sign of support for your school. And I am very confident that we have shown up supportively every step of the way. And at this point, we have a fiduciary and legal responsibility as charter holders. It is very difficult to do at times, but absolutely necessary in my opinion. I know we still have public comment, but I would very much like to give more time and to come back with very clear language that has black and white language around what would constitute a violation, and then we stop moving the goalposts with this, because I am not prepared at this moment to rewrite a contract in real time. So.
Clerk Hall, please.
Well, I just want to echo that was going to be my question is what is the timeline? Because I think renegotiating a contract while we're in the middle of a public meeting is probably not conducive to productive legal conversations. So I think that I feel I'm leaning towards that based on this conversation. There's some things that need to be adjusted in this contract, and to make it really clear and to be fair for the school so that they know where their goalpost ends. Because I totally agree. We continue to move it, and we've added all these things, and now we added something, and then we're adding something, and then we're adding something. And so on both sides, we need to be fair and be clear for them and for us. And so I know we still have public comment, and I think it's really important for us to hear from anybody here. But I'm really glad to hear that we potentially could have the opportunity to do some changes. But I'm very concerned that I agree with all of the comments that it does feel like we just continue to move this, and statewide that's been very clear by the legislature that something has to be done when schools are at 1 star. And while I totally agree that I think our star rating needs some work, and I've been very, very open about that, we also need to look at progress for kids. And if we move this goalpost to 3 years or 6 years, there's 3 years or 6 years worth of student learning that isn't what we would like to see it at. And we're hard on our own schools, and we're tough on them, and we've been working really, really, really hard on our 1 star and 2 star schools and making great progress. And so we should expect the same. So I personally would really like to see us go back and ensure that we're being very clear for them and for us.
Superintendent Ernst, yeah, please.
Thank you, President Mayberry. Trustees, very much appreciate the conversation, the ideas, and the input. I do think that June 23rd will arrive very quickly. We've talked about not wanting to negotiate kind of a contract as it's been described here publicly at the meeting, and that stands to reason. I will say that whatever is decided, you will want to be applying consistent parameters going forward to all the rest of the district-sponsored charters. And based on previous actions and various extensions of charters and length of approvals that have been decided, that can make it difficult in terms of consistent application to all district-sponsored charters. So I believe we're going to welcome some public comment or something to that effect. June 23rd will arrive very quickly. I can't say with the highest degree of certainty that that's going to be a timeline that we can meet. I think it's going to be very difficult. And I've heard a lot of conversation this evening about goalposts moving and parameters. I do hope that that could be defined a bit more so that things are not lost in translation as we are attempting to move forward with board direction.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. I'm going to open public comment on this item. Okay.
Kimberly Reagan.
Okay. And just as a reminder, comments are limited to 3 minutes. Dr. Reagan, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Mayberry, trustees, and Superintendent Ernst. Since we met on 11/18/2025, we've gone through the rigorous restart process, and we've met all requirements as of the January 30th deadline that you gave us, and then we submitted our application by the February 20th deadline that was provided. So everything that we were asked to comply with, we completed. We did do a presentation to the committee, and we were given 15 minutes to talk. I ended up talking 25 because there was so much to put into a 15-minute presentation. And the committee was asked if there was any questions. I think Kyle Kemp actually had some questions, but there really wasn't any questions after that. And then when we were supposed to come before you a couple meetings ago, we were asked by the committee, we were told by the committee that we didn't have a clear action plan. That was never asked by the Board of Trustees in the application process. We would have complied. We thought it was embedded in the actual restart application that we provided to the school district. And we were given, I think, just over a week to complete that, and we did it within 4 days. So it wasn't that something like that to put together. We got right with our academic advisor and said, this is what we need. We talked to our board member, who's our school improvement plan coordinator, who's a former employee at the district and a deputy superintendent in another district. She reviewed it, our whole board reviewed it, like we jumped on it as soon as we were asked. So I'm not sure where all this talk is about that we're not complying with what's being asked. Anything we've been asked to do, we have completed. And we've made progress, and we've seen our students move forward. We've seen our staff move forward. We take it very seriously, and so I'm shocked at some of the comments. We weren't privy to what the comments were gonna be until last Thursday when it was publicly posted. And so I'm shocked at some of the comments that are on there. As far as the language is vague. The rubrics that were done were by 6 different review committee members, and we scored a 91 average out of 99 points on every possible rubric. And as was mentioned in the presentation, it says most were compliant. Every single one of them was a 2.5 or higher when you look at individual ratings across the board. So based on the application requirements and then the rubric that was set forth, we've completed everything we were asked to complete. And so I'm not sure where it is that we're not completing something. Everything we've been asked to do, we have completed.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Reagan.
Eduardo Martinez.
Just press the button, or am I ready to go? Fantastic. So good evening, everyone. My name is Eduardo Martinez here with Western Public Affairs on behalf of the Charter School Association of Nevada. Just wanted to say thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. And we, as the Charter School Association, we do support the authorizer's role that they play in holding charter schools accountable for the specific responsibilities that they have with our county's children. And with that being said, we also do appreciate the opportunity to have this conversation continue going forward as we are working on to develop what that potential new authorization would look like. Obviously, it is a very complex issue, and we would like to continue having this conversation. Like I said, we will be here and happy to support any continued efforts and look forward to working with the school district. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
That's all I have.
Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment, bring it back to the board. Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Mayberry. So now I have another clarifying question then. And I hope I can ask this so it's understandable. Was it that they didn't have a clear academic plan, or there's a fear that what they put forward as their academic plan was not going to be sufficient to move the star rating? To me, there's a difference. There wasn't really a clear academic plan, just some ideas basically thrown out there. Well, we'll do this and that, but no steps. Or we thought that their plan wasn't sufficient.
So in the recharter application, Nicole Johnson, Director of Secondary Academics and Assessment, in their recharter application, the plan was addressed. So there was a plan there. We just sought more specifics, detail, and clarity around that, which is why we asked for more. And that's when we got back the just over 60 action steps that were much more defined. It really made things a lot closer to the understanding of what they were going for and trying to improve achievement. Not everything to us was directly tied to the NSPF. However, it was tied to the recommendations that they received from their consultant, and it's clearly laid out. And that is in the third bullet. That is what we wanted to monitor. So with all of the time and the effort that they put into creating this plan, that's a lot to monitor. And so we added that piece so that we can help them along and understand, what does this look like in implementation, and provide feedback in places that we find necessary.
May
Yeah, Mr. Hackbush, yeah,
expand
please.
on that answer?
Please.
Chris Hackbush, Secondary Academics Chief of Academics. I just wanted to clarify a couple of points on the questions that we were getting. And so when this originally, we were looking to do this proposal to the board with Encompass, and we asked for more time because we wanted to look at this more closely. In that time, we visited the school. In that time, we got clarification on what the recommendations from the consultants were. And yes, it is vast. There are, 60 different metrics that they're looking at. We need time to see if they're going to have, in terms of alignment to the star rating. I think that's important. And so our recommendation is we've tightened up, we've taken time to kind of look at this, look at the charter, tighten some of the parameters, give some recommendations, give some guidance. Now we need a little time. The recommendations, give them time. And if we have to be back here discussing it, but we thought that was fair because they met the metrics for what the consultant had asked us to do. So we asked them, we said, hey, we need more concrete academic metrics. They provided that. We gave more time so that we could get that. That's why we're here today, not when Encompass had presented. So again, for me as the new chief, went, visited the school, tried to learn more about the school, tried to align what those metrics were from the consultant, and trying to honor what the consultant said. So that's kind of where we're at. Now, would we prefer less metrics? Let's focus. Yeah, that's some of the recommendations that we provided, and we will continue to provide in terms of the support. So that's from my perspective as the chief. So I just wanted to share that and offer any other questions that you might have.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Hackbush while he's up there? Trustee Smith, go ahead.
No. Clerk Hall is
sorry.
next.
Okay.
I think my question and I guess concern on this being these kind of not clear goalposts, as that's we've been really doing the sports analogies tonight. I don't know what's happening here, but it's the second bullet for me. All this terminology of potential is not clear for us, and it's not clear for them. And that's what I have a concern about, is we aren't being clear about what that goalpost looks like. It's just we could potentially terminate it, and that puts them in a really awkward position of not knowing, but that also puts us in a really awkward position of not knowing. And so that's my biggest concern, and I really appreciate Dr. Nicolette's thought process on this as well. This is a lot of extra work. Budget-wise, I don't know that throwing them and saying we're going to restructure this to a 2%, I think that feels like something that we really shouldn't be doing last minute, but I also really appreciate that conversation. And I think as we move towards any new contracts, I think that's something that we should be talking about, because this is taking a lot of work on the part of our staff, which is an incredibly limited staff, because we just went through and reduced our staff at the central office level, including in curriculum. So where I have a really big concern is the use of the word potential, and I'm going to be really honest, I don't have a solution for that because I don't understand what the meaning behind it is. And that's where my confusion is, and my concern on both sides of this argument is, what does that mean for them and for us?
Okay, so on bullet 2, so they did their presentation to the team. That was academic measures, okay? Subsequently, there were some deadlines and grants that we were privy to that we were trying to work through. So as we're going through this, that's a new expectation. So that's a clarifying bullet of what we need from SNACS moving forward in terms of working with our grants department and our financial end. So that's something that was not written prior. So this is new expectations. So if you think of it that way, like some of the language that you have here are new expectations for clarity purposes.
And if I could just, from a legal perspective, you are correct that any sort of clauses in a contract, you wouldn't say potential termination. You would just have the clause that these are the expectations moving forward. You will meet all deadlines. And then in your termination section, you say any violation of any of these clauses will result in a breach of the contract. And then you can even put language in there, and then a recommendation from staff to recommend termination of the contract to the Board of Trustees. Because ultimately, you all have to move to terminate, but you could do it based on a term in a contract.
Okay, so I guess I'm concerned. Is this, if this is our motion, but that's not what the contract says? I guess that's my concern, because that does not feel like legal language at all. So a legal contract would never include the words potential material breach and potential termination. There would have to be some clarity on that. So I think my question is that clarified in the actual contract before we approve it? Is that clear for them and for us? And so I don't know. I mean, I can look through the entire contract again, but
I'd be happy to jump in and
thanks.
try to help the conversation. If the word potential needs to be removed in both of those, I think that could add the clarity that is being sought in the moment. I think what Mr. Hackbush and the team are describing is an elevated expectation of SNACS. Our board has been made aware of the performance of all our district-sponsored charters over a good number of years. And so our team is working to try to, within the parameters of a district sponsorship, elevate the expectation in fairness, because I've heard that being used, to the school. They have gotten the consultants' recommendations. They have worked that through. Unfortunately, we are up against delays that put us in pretty difficult positions when we reach these delays, but we can remove potential as a possible starting point if that is the direction that this board decides would help add the clarity necessary moving forward.
And would there be a, for my colleagues, would there be a desire to give them a one-year contract?
Well, I don't think we can.
We cannot, but if you wanted to put a provision on whatever what you can do today, and I completely agree with Trustee Smith that I do not recommend that you start trying to make red lines to a contract today, but what you could do is vote on what provisions you would like to see, and then your vote then makes it a requirement in the contract, and then we could work together to put those additional provisions in. There is already an academic section for their review. If you want, you could put that you will meet certain standards by the end of school year, the first school year, and a failure to meet this will constitute a breach of the agreements and and result in termination, provided in provision, whatever the termination section is.
Okay, Trustee Smith.
I appreciate that, Chief Montalvo, because I, in good faith, cannot do a 6-year recharter and not be able to look at this with clear legal language until the end of 3 years based on the star ratings. So while I realize there is very little time between now and when the materials are due for the 23rd, I think we need that because it's that second bullet that gets me as well too. And I'll be quite blunt. I'm aware of the delays. The delays have been going on for more than a year, and that needs to be written in as well too. So I do think that the direction needs to be to continue working on the contract and make it crystal clear. In fairness, to Clerk Hall's point, we can't have something that appears to be vague and then we try to enforce it and they say, well, but this wasn't clear to me. Like, it's a contract. And if A happens, B happens, so on and so forth. And so that's what I would be looking for with no more than another year. That's to have that language written in. I do want the 2%. I'm just one trustee, but I do want the 2%. The state law allows for it. We are using it appropriately here. And if any of this doesn't work, then the contract goes 2 ways. And as a reminder, this same board did hear the appeal and offer additional years in the other contract. So we have been far from unreasonable in this particular instance. So that's what I would like to see.
Okay. Any further questions? Somebody want to craft a motion? Or- Go.
I'll give it a try. You know, this
Yeah.
is not my forte, so I'm practicing. I'm not making a motion. I'm going to throw some ideas out there and see if that sets. So we are trying to return with a more clear contract at the June 23rd meeting, and Chief Montalvo has offered to be an integral part of this. And of course, any other experts that the superintendent identifies to craft a contract that will have incremental reporting periods and not outright say this is good for 6 years. We will increase 1.5% sponsor fee to 2%, noting that this is the beginning of a new way of doing business for future contracts. What am I leaving out?
The academic expectations and how long they will have to meet those academic expectations.
I think the expectations need to come from the experts, not from the board. And the duration of time, I also believe needs to come from the experts with a collaboration with our president and vice president and our general counsel. I don't want to choose that today. 1 year does not seem like enough to me. That's folly. That's folly. You can hardly breathe correctly in 1 year. Yes.
Yeah, again, I appreciate the discussion. And can appreciate the sentiment that's being offered by all of the trustees. Staff will need some real clear parameters, and I appreciate the first attempt at what those might look like. Again, we're up against June 23rd will be here rather quickly. I think the team can tighten up the contract based on the sentiments. I'm not sure all of the stakeholders and how they're involved. I think if I heard we were talking about the experts bringing forward some academic measures. I think we've talked about the 60 areas of academic measures and kind of having them do that. But I think we would bring forward in consultation with general counsel a tightened up contract. But I'm not sure if I'm hearing a year or 2 years or 3 years. Right now, we've got that I'm trying to really gain a sense of that. So are we trying to back it down to 2 years if 1 year is not enough and 3 years is too much? Our staff will need a lot of clarity right now on this item.
To that, I would like to ask the experts, and I mean that sincerely, what do you think? So we should have this discussion now so that when we leave for the day, there is clarity, and I appreciate that. What do you think makes sense to help snacks do what they can do to do what they need to do? That was clear. In a timely manner.
Can I offer just a clarifying
Go.
comment? I think that the question that for your team on the academic side is 1 year or 2 years, which one is more reasonable to not only see progress, but because there are 60 measures, that's an awful lot to, I think that's the concern is, if we put something like a year on it, that seems like a lot to try and accomplish and see some real material growth in 1 year. But it is, and I guess the kind of back and forth is then 2 years too long, or is that just the right amount? So this is a Goldilocks question, is, what's the just right temperature for the porridge, right?
Yeah, I'll jump in. Chris Hackbush, Secondary Chief. What I would say is a year is a short amount of time. I mean, I would honestly say that. I mean, I think, again, we asked for what the metrics would be. We've got what the consultant had prepared for them. They're prepared to move forward with those goals. Our intent was to monitor that more closely, right? And then you have subsequently the operational piece so you have the two different. But academically speaking, I think 1 year is a short amount of time. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at their charter agreements that's proposed and attached. There is a section in Section 9 that goes into academics, and it right now requires them, if they receive less than 3 stars on the Nevada Performance Framework for 3 consecutive years, it may be subject to non-renewal. That is where you could potentially put in, if you're looking at 2 years, you could put in 2 years. And then you can, is the goal 3 stars? I am not the academic content expert, so I would need the recommendations from our academic team on what the standard and the threshold is that they need to meet. And if it is the Nevada Performance Framework and it's 3 stars, you could easily do that and amend that section and say, and if you don't meet it for 2 years, then it will be considered a material breach.
But how does 2 years sound? Is that more attainable? I'm getting a head nod.
For the academic pieces, yes.
Yes. Trustee Westlake?
Thank you, President Mayberry. But what Chief General Counsel Sarah just said is 3-star. It's 2 years, it's going to be hard to go from 1 star to 3-star. I mean, when, of course, we're excited when our schools go to 3-star and 4-star. I mean, it is amazing. But when our little schools are really struggling, our 1-star schools, what is that academic growth that we see in those that we're like, okay, we're on the verge here? I don't know exactly what you and your team looks for, Superintendent Ernst, but I know I've seen your eyes light up. You're like, they're not a 2-star yet, but this, and this has happened. What is that? That's what I think we would have to see in 2 years. We've got to see that verge.
Okay, Sue Burst, and then we're going to do Trustee Smith. Do you need to chime in, General Counsel? No?
No, I just need to know for language purposes what your rating threshold is. I don't know if it's 2-star or how you guys all want to set that threshold.
Can I jump
Yes,
in on
please.
that?
Yeah, Superintendent Ernst.
Just for a quick moment, and as a frame of reference for all, we have done milestones and momentum presentations. We have celebrated the work of our collaborative schools. We had 3 one-star elementary schools, or 3 collaborative schools move to 3 stars this past year. We had a high number, I'm not sure, I want to say in the neighborhood of 10, move from 1 to 2 stars. So when you're trying to calibrate what is the appropriate nudge towards making gains, I wanted to just give that to you. So in my eyes, moving from 1 to 2 in a year, that can demonstrate that you are moving. It's tough to move 2 stars in a year. So that's just giving you some frame of reference, and then I think it comes back to what years we're going to put on that to make that movement. Collaborative schools have been given the district support for 2 years.
Trustee Smith, please.
So just a really quick point of clarification. The delays up until this point have not been on our side, though, correct? Okay. So we have to grapple with that. So in hearing Dr. Dye's points, and I don't think it's just stars. I think it's all of the areas of the recommendations. If there continues to be delays, if there continues to be these challenges. So what I'm hearing possibly is a motion, and I would package this up, but it ultimately directs the superintendent to continue the development of a new restart charter contract with Sierra Nevada Academy Charter School, with clearly defined termination terms based on all areas of staff recommendations at any point within the next 2 years, and an increase to 2% for fees. Assuming this board wants to move to the 2%, I would want to hear your feedback. We're in a difficult budgetary situation. This is a lot of work, and state law gives us this tool for this exact reason. So I'll just bounce that out there. If that sounds like where everyone's going, I can spell it out more like a full motion.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to shut down snacks, that's for sure. I mean, that's not what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
But at the same time, we got to find some balance, yeah. Okay. You want to read that
Yeah,
again?
because that was just a draft.
Trustee Smith, that's a little bit too broad for me to draft, is all recommendations from staff, because I have not seen in here any specifics about what those academic recommendations are.
We haven't either, is the difficult part. So I haven't. All I know is that I'm hearing from our team that there are things we need to work through, but I would list them if I knew exactly what they were. I am trying to respect the expertise of our team. I am trying to give clear parameters to snacks, but I don't have what they are.
Is it attachment F?
So,
Yes,
Trustee
it's
Westlake?
attachment F.
Attachment F.
Yes.
If we could see that, that would help. But the other thing too, the star rating, and I'm not good with keeping track of specifics like that, but going from 1 star to the other, there is a little cushion in there, right? So it wouldn't be like they'd have to go from 1 to exactly a 2-star, because there's that little cushion, right? It's if they've come close, kind of like close in horseshoes. You're not around the post, but you're close enough to be saying that, well, they're basically there to 2-star. So 2-star wouldn't really be that crazy.
Yeah, working to try to understand, there's index points, and that's what makes up the stars themselves. I think it's 0 to 27 is 1 star, 28 to maybe 49 is 2 star. I'm just going off the top of my head, but I think I'm pretty ballpark on that. So you can also look at an increase in total index points, and sometimes that's an appropriate way. If you're at 18 index points and you go up 10 index points in a year, that can be a sign of progress. So there are, if it's not star ratings that are the desire, you know.
That's measurable growth. Sorry, that's what I'm kind of trying to wrap my head around. Measurable growth and being given credit for almost making that achievement and us having faith that, okay, well then we're gonna get that for sure the next year. So even if we said 5 index points away from the next star or 10 index points away from the next star.
I would recommend 7 to 10 index points if that's kind of what you're going with.
And Trustee Smith's always been good at crafting motions, so let me know when you're ready.
Can I make a recommendation?
Yeah, because I'm
If
gathering.
if it is attachment F that we're seeing as these are the recommendations, what you can put in the contract is that the expectation is that they meet these standards within 2 years, and you attach that as an exhibit to the contract. So they must meet all of the standards in Exhibit A to the charter contract, if they fail to do so, it'll result in a material breach, and you can say they all must meet the items outlined by year 2, if that's what you're looking for.
I would agree in this, that those 6, I guess, areas for improvement that will meet the Nevada School Performance Framework are very general, very global, and then the information that is in the rest of the attachment F is very specific. So I don't think it's up to us to go any deeper than those 6, if you will, 30,000-foot view concepts. It will be up to then the monitoring and snacks to work together on those improvement areas.
Okay, thank you. While we're getting ready to motion, I know Trustee Hall, Clerk Hall had her light on for a while.
In parallel.
Way too many mics on.
Really quick
Okay.
while I continue to work, are we talking about referencing the performance plan and some other section in the contract? Because somebody said A, or are we talking about the performance plan, which was attachment F?
I believe that Sarah meant that attachment F would become attachment A to the contract. So I would like to recommend that to make sure that we have really clear specificity, that this attachment F, that it be very clear that the goals align to their year 2, which then goes down, there's a bunch of timelines, that those are accomplished, and that we see at least a 10-point improvement on the index score. I think both of those are 2 opportunities for some really, really clear requirements on our part, but also so that they know what that goalpost is. Because I think that is something I'm very concerned about, that we have, we're saying we need you to do this, but we haven't been very clear to them either. And so I think addressing this, because this is a plan that they've worked on and has been discussed with our team. So I think this needs to be a big part of it. And so I think what Sarah was just saying with going to the year 2, because I agree, 1 year this is a lot. They're going through a monumental change in 1 year. We may not see 10 performance points. I hope we do, absolutely. But I think giving them the 2 years, to be very clear, most of their goals are ongoing through 27. So hopefully that helps where I'm kind of my head's at.
And again, that's F as in Fox.
Yes, F would become attachment A to the charter contract, but F is our attachment.
Got it.
And I think that's what would happen next after this step. So I'm gonna share a draft because we have to walk this line between staff is gonna come back to something with us. We're not quite creating the contract. So what I'm hearing is something, and I'll package it if it's time to be official, but yada yada directs the superintendent to continue the development of a new restart charter contract with the Sierra Nevada Academy Charter School with clearly defined termination terms based on the SNACS performance plan and trustee discussion to include no delays on deliverables at any point within the next 2 years and an increase to 2% for fees. And then they come back and they package up the specific parts of these contracts. I don't feel comfortable saying this is attachment A because like they may come back with some other attachments and this turns out to be B. So I'm trying to like, is that clear enough? And it's okay if it's not, because it needs to be right.
So when you say there can be no delay in deliverables, what does that mean?
Well, it's all the delays that our team has reported factually. It's the reason why this has taken as long to have this conversation right now. These are documented. We need this from you. This day comes and goes. These are objective facts, folks. Now, what the team tells us or recommends to us through the superintendent is going to be what you recommend, but at some point we have to say this is a deadline. When you miss this deadline, this is what happens. We have years of this. It is time to be clear and fair and be objective and hold everybody accountable. That's us, that's them. We're not doing anybody any favors in this current model. That's what I mean. I mean, if they continue to miss deliverables, that would be a termination of this. That's just the reality of it, folks.
So I just want clarity about if it's a first time miss, is that a termination or are you giving 2, 3 chances? And what is a delay? Is that not on the deadline or are you giving them like a 5-day grace period or something?
So in that regard, I don't know that I could say that. I do need the experts here to actually tell us what they're willing to sustain. There's a reason why this has taken as long as it has. And we're not doing anybody favors by being clear. I mean, by not being clear. So the answer, Chief Montalvo, is I'm not exactly sure what the grace period is, but the expectation is that staff would come back with those recommendations. And I am completely fine at this point in saying a deadline is quite frankly a deadline unless reasonable extension has been asked and granted. I mean, but this is where staff would need to come back with this. And I realize it's a very untenable position, but that would be my expectation, that a deadline is a deadline unless a request is made, an extension is given. It's no different than when a student turns in a paper late. You get the permission beforehand. So, but that's what staff would need to come back with and tell us they can sustain in terms of delay.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you, Trustee Smith. I can appreciate that attempt to get more definition around what is being asked of SNACS. What I think we just heard collectively was fulfill the requirements of the performance management plan and an improvement of whatever is decided, the number of index points, 7 to 10 perhaps points. And I think also what we heard is that these requirements are hard and fast. And if some are not met, that constitutes the breach of which has been discussed this evening. And so I think that staff can probably operate in that because we've got the plan put together. SNACS has had an opportunity to articulate that to the team, so there is some initial alignment in this area. Now I think you're also adding to it some academic performance improvement because you got a plan and then you want to see the improvement. So I think you're putting kind of those two pieces together. And then I think we are working to bring that amended language back at the next meeting, given the timeliness that's needed around this decision.
I think that sounds good. And there's two sides to this. If this is not amenable to both parties, then we do not have an agreement, and it is what it is.
Yeah. Trustee Smith, one suggestion would be, instead of using the word deliverables, that we spell out this performance management plan, just so that it's super clear what we mean by deliverables, just because we're trying to be as clear as possible. So I think our motion should include that terminology.
Yes, and I do have it tied back to the performance management plan. Okay, so here's what this might look like. Okay, I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to continue development of a new Restart charter contract with Sierra Nevada Academy Charter School, SNACS, with clearly defined termination terms based on the SNACS performance management plan and trustee discussion, to include no delays on deliverables at any point within the next 2 years, and an increase to 2% for fees. I need a second before we can talk.
Second?
Okay. Chief Counsel Montalvo, is that clear enough for you?
Yeah, I mean, we'll do a little bit more specifics in the actual, it's a good guidepost for us. But I think to Trustee Westlake's question, which may be a friendly amendment
A
to
friendly.
Trustee Smith, is I also have in my notes that they meet all goals outlined by year 2. So they have a 2-year window time. And then also, I had 10-point improvement, or we see a 10-point improvement on the Nevada Performance Framework, or Nevada Performance Ratings Index Score. Is that correct terminology?
And so here's why I didn't include it, as I'm gonna maybe push back on that, is because I still wanna let the magic happen with our experts. They may say 9 points is the right number. They may say 11 points is the right number. That's where the broader trustee discussion comes back. You may come back and say, honestly, they should be making 5 points by year 1 and 9 points. I do not know what you're gonna come back with. So I wanna be clear, but not overly prescriptive.
Can I offer then that the friendly should be maybe the range that Superintendent Ernst mentioned? Because I did not hear the index points at all.
Yeah, it
in
wasn't.
your motion. So I think you have to do the friendly. But I guess my add to the conversation would be then I think our motion should have a range of index points included in it, because state law requires that we are monitoring their performance rating. So I do think that has to be in the contract. I think that's still really important. So I guess my piece to the conversation is, in your friendly, would you be open to adding a range of points that then staff could give us their best recommendation?
They deem would
Okay. Okay. So what that could look like is in the section, and don't worry, JJ, I'll reread it. The SNACS Performance Management Plan, trustee discussion, and an improvement of index points based on staff recommendations. So that way the superintendent can talk to staff and decide hard and fast what they're really recommending rather than on the fly. Okay, so just to repeat that one section, and then I can reread the whole thing. It would be with clearly defined termination terms based on the SNACS Performance Management Plan, trustee discussion, and an improvement of index points based on staff recommendations. So then that way it is totally clear that we want them to come back with clear language on this is what we say is the index. We're not telling them what to do, but we're telling them we expect you to come back with clear termination language based on index points as one of those components.
Yes, I appreciate the articulation, I appreciate the definition, I appreciate the discussion, and I think our team has everything that we need to work with in fulfilling the request that the trustees are asking.
Okay. By the way,
Excellent,
the polls just closed.
Excellent.
But if you're in line, you can stay. Okay, so let me take another stab. So Trustee Westlake, you're my second. I'm going to reread the motion. If this sounds right to you, can you please agree if you accept the friendly? Okay. So it would be, I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to continue development of a new Restart charter contract with Sierra Nevada Academy Charter School, SNACS, with clearly defined termination terms based on the SNACS Performance Management Plan, trustee discussion, and an improvement of index points based on staff recommendations to include no delays on deliverables at any point within the next 2 years and an increase to 2% for fees.
I agree to the friendly.
Could you repeat it back to me, though, just to make sure you understood?
No, the polls are closed.
Okay.
Trustee Smith, can you please repeat from after trustee discussion?
And an improvement of index points based on staff recommendations. And then do you need me to go past that again? Okay. To include no delays on deliverables at any point within the next 2 years and an increase to 2% for fees.
I agree. And to the inclusion of the staff to come back with an increase in index points
Yep.
with included in the original recommendation.
Yep, and I got that.
I think it's fine. I mean, it's technically not termination language because there's the termination clause just says we can terminate if you breach any of the terms. So I'm going to put that in the academic section of it, but it's fine the way it's worded.
And is there a benefit to just reading that recommendation one more time? I'm sorry if we've done that already, or if Trustee Westlake was just going to go off the top of her head.
I was
but
going to do
maybe-
it
okay.
through interpretive dance.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, let's get a clear reading, and then we have a motion and we have a second. Let's just get one more clear reading of that so we're all on the same page.
Okay. I move that the Board of Trustees directs the superintendent to continue development of a new Restart charter contract with Sierra Nevada Academy Charter School, SNACS, with clearly defined termination terms based on the SNACS Performance Management Plan, comma, trustee discussion, comma, and an improvement of index points based on staff recommendations to include no delays on deliverables at any point within the next 2 years and an increase to 2% for fees.
We got a clean second from you, Trustee Westlake, right? Okay. The staff understand the motion? Okay, we're good with council, with the soup. Any further discussion? I see none, let's vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Trustee Smith. Thank you, both of you, for coming forward. Appreciate your help and your effort. Thank you. Okay, we're on final approach here. We got 3.05. This is a presentation, discussion, possible action to select individual members of the Board of Trustees to work with staff on selecting nominees for the 2026 Annual Nevada Association of School Boards Awards. Michelle Anderson, our Chief Communications and Public Relations Officer, will help facilitate this fairly quickly. It's just a matter of going down these categories, and for those that want to submit, let her know. Raise your hand, right? Just go for it.
Yes, thank you, President Mayberry. Michelle Anderson, Chief Communications and Public Relations Officer for the record. In alignment with the practice that we followed last year, thank you, Trustee Smith and Trustee Nicolette for outlining it. President Mayberry would like to continue to provide this opportunity for all interested trustees to participate in the nomination process for the annual Nevada Association of School Board Awards. As you're aware, NASB presents numerous awards to members of the Board of Trustees, Board of Trustees, employees of school districts, and community partners throughout Nevada at their annual conference. Like last year, this is a voluntary and nobody is required to participate. There are 13 categories, which I'll read shortly aloud, and you can also read the attachment that was provided with the board meeting packet. For each category, you will have the opportunity to volunteer. If there's more than one of you that wants to volunteer and you're unable to narrow it down amongst yourselves, we can, of course, do a random drawing to select someone so that it's fair, and JJ has the cup ready to handle a drawing if needed. Once there is a trustee assigned to each of these categories, each trustee would then work with our communications team to help develop and complete their paperwork to be submitted to NASB. To avoid any potential small groups or subcommittees or open meeting law violation, you should only be working with me or someone from our communications team that I have designated regarding ideas and nomination submissions. And then I will kind of go through each category and you guys decide who would like to take them. There are 3 different categories that we can nominate 1 to 2 nominations. It could be one trustee that picks that and picks the 2 people. You can split it up however is easiest for you.
And if there's something that we're not interested in, we don't have to pick that either, right? So,
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Okay, so if you're ready, I'll start reading the 13 categories. So the first one is School Administrator of the Year, and this one has 1 to 2 nominations.
Go ahead.
No,
Well, yeah, I was gonna, I'll do one.
ahead.
Yeah, so.
So there's
Trustee
2 of
Smith,
them?
Sure, yeah.
So JJ, are you getting these names for Trustee Smith and President Mayberry? The second one is School District Employee Making a Difference, and there's 2 nominations for that. So it can either be one trustee taking both or 2 trustees, however you'd like to do that.
Trustee Phoenix? And Trustee Hull, okay?
Yep, that works.
May I ask a quick clarifying question? Do we know which, if any, of these Vice President Woodley wants?
Okay, we'll wait for a response and then we'll adjust as needed if you'd like.
Hey, you snooze, you lose. If he's not here, so, I mean, let's keep going.
You were the board president. District Level Administrator of the Year impacting student achievement, and there is the opportunity for 2 nominations for that one.
Oh, I was going to say, I think Alex might want that one, but go ahead. He just wrote back and said that there wasn't any that he was particular about, so we can hold him if we want.
Okay. Okay, NASB Director of the Year.
I'll take that, I guess.
President Mayberry. Veteran School Board Member of the Year. And this is for trustees who have served more than 1 4-year term.
Can I ask a clarifying question? So I believe last year, one of our nominations from our district was for somebody in another district. Is that correct?
That's correct. You do not have to nominate somebody from your own board. You can nominate anything statewide. That's up to your purview.
And on that note, every single trustee that this board nominated was outside the Washoe County School District.
Okay, I would like that one.
New School Board Member of the Year.
No. I have somebody that's great. I just don't want to take all of them.
It's trustee in their first term of service. So.
You bet I do. I absolutely have somebody I would nominate for that.
Okay. Individual School Board Member of the Year.
2 terms of service.
Award to a Friend of K-12 Public Education.
I'll take it.
Innovative Educator of the Year.
Oh, I would love that one.
Media.
Sorry. I'll take the innovator too.
There, there only can be one trustee, so you guys would need to decide, because there's only one.
There was two on the other things.
No, not on these.
On some of them, but not on this one?
Yeah, there was only the first three, there was 1 to 2 nominees.
Oh.
These are all just one.
Oh,
We can put it in the cup.
okay.
We're putting it in the cup.
It is election day, guys. We are being democratic.
All I have to say is golden knights.
Trustee Hall.
They're tied again, by the way.
Okay, next one is Media Award for Outstanding Education Reporting. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, let's see if Vice President Woodley wants that. If not, I'll be in second position.
Okay,
But I do want to, because I'll be second position on that.
okay.
Okay.
So we're doing.
School Board Governance Team of the Year. And again, you can nominate, you don't have to. It's up to you guys. So if you want to take this or no.
I'll take it.
Okay. Board Secretary or Administrative Assistant or other board staff, support staff. Okay. And then last but not least, Superintendent of the Year. Or we can you guys can volunteer him.
So Alex?
Sorry. I kept having to turn it off because it was echoing so bad. I think we should ask Alex about this one, and then if there's somebody who wants to be second on it, but I think we should give this one to Alex if possible.
Alex, Superintendent of the Year, if possible. And then the Media Award for Outstanding Education Reporting, was that the other one that I'm correct on? You have second on that one? Okay.
I'm going to be second position on that. I'd like to offer it first, and if there's not a good alignment, I will happily take it, but I'm in second position.
Okay.
And I can do the same for the superintendent.
Okay.
Same motto, or, modus operandi.
Okay.
Yeah.
We will follow up. That way you guys are not talking to each other. We will follow up with Vice President Woodley to find out his preference for those two, and then we would let you guys know if that
Perfect.
works.
Okay, if you could just stay here for a minute. Yes. Public comment?
I have no cards for
Okay,
this
thank you
item.
very much. Do you have your marching orders?
I have my marching
Okay.
orders. You guys need to make a motion with what has been
Yep.
outlined. And then I want to just do that reminder again, because I know legal counsel wants me to make sure that I do that. To, again, don't discuss amongst yourselves. Please come to me, or I will designate someone from the team for you guys to work on the nominations. And we do have some time. We purposely did it so that they're not due until August, so that we have the summer, because we know you're on vacations, and some of you choose to write them yourselves. Some of you choose to have the communications team write it. So we're flexible with whatever you need.
Thank you very much. Chief Anderson, really appreciate the time and effort that your team puts into this. So thank you very much for doing that. That doesn't go unnoticed. So we'll take, I'll entertain a motion. If anybody has any questions.
I can do the motion.
Okay, please do.
The Board of Trustees approves the individual trustees selected to work with staff on selecting nominees for the 2026 Nevada Association of School Boards Annual Awards as discussed.
Second?
Okay, we got a first from Clerk Hall to approve the list of those trustees that are going to nominate their respective categories. And we got a second from Trustee Nicolette. And again, this is item 3.05. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We're going to go to our reports. Student representative report. Ms. Hartley, this is, you got the last word.
Okay, I'll try to keep it brief. But so yesterday was our last day of school for majority of students, and today was the last day of school for majority of our teachers. So I think a lot of kids are excited for summer to go on vacation or do summer school to get those extra credits. I just wanted to say it's meant a lot to me to get to serve with all of you on this board, and I think I've learned a lot from this experience, and I can't wait to see what Kaylee and Milo have planned for us next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hartley. It's been an honor and pleasure to have you serve with us. So all the best to you. Our board reports, look, friends, it is election. If you want to give your board reports, I'll entertain that if you can just keep them really tight. I'm seeing a lot of head nodding, so I'm okay with moving on from 4.02. Okay, thank you. We'll go to the superintendent report 4.03.
Thank you, President Mayberry. I'll keep mine brief as well. To honor the spirit of what was just said, we are very much looking forward to our upcoming graduations. Our graduations began last week. We had 3-4 very special celebrations, and we're looking forward to the week ahead to celebrate the hard work of all our seniors. And Maya, you've been a wonderful representative of students. You have a really bright future. We're all behind you. We're all looking forward to seeing what you accomplish, because we know there's great things ahead for you. So thanks for your service to this board. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Superintendent Ernst. Our closing public comment, item 5.01.
Melanie Lucas.
Okay, thank you. And just as a reminder, comments are limited to 3 minutes. Good evening, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Hi, my name is Melanie Lucas, and I'm currently a graduating student at Reed High School in the Human Services CTE program. I am here to talk to you today about what has been happening in my Human Services Dual Credit HDFS 201 class that is taught by Miss Ronnie Green. I have been in this academy for 4 years. The first 3 years were amazing. I learned so many things about human development and myself as a person, and Miss Green was easily one of my trusted adults at Reed High School. This year, things have changed. Throughout this year, many things have happened that show Miss Green has stopped putting students in their learning first. Things like starting personal political conversations in class that have included calling the President Hitler and encouraging us to burn the American flag. Sharing with us contents of the Epstein files, not teaching the dual credit curriculum and putting fake grades into the gradebook. Passing out blank quizzes and telling us the answers to write down so everyone gets 100%. Giving the Skills USA members the answers on professional development tests, targeting any students who speak up against her or go to admin with concerns. And most recently, she showed a movie in class called Cleveland Abduction, where a man kidnaps and rapes 3 different women, holding them hostage for 10 years, as he hogties them and hangs them from the ceiling. Admin knew about some of these things and had been covering them up all year, and our parents thought they were being addressed, as we, the students, were telling our parents that we were going to the office and being questioned as witnesses. Other things we didn't tell our parents because getting easy A's on a quiz doesn't seem like something you should complain about. But when the movie happened, it all blew up. Our parents started talking. My mom contacted Dr. Peixoto because she had already taken concerns to the principal and not had been listened to or respected. Mr. Rosenblum's response to the movie was that Miss Green had the right to show it because a few kids had voted to watch it, and the kids could leave the room if it bothered them. I, however, could not leave the room. I was taking my Skills USA test as an upcoming competition at Skills USA Nationals. I was scheduled to represent Nevada and Atlanta, a competition I would never make it to. Taking into consideration everything that happened during the year and administration's lack of willingness to put students first, my parents and I decided it was not safe traveling with Miss Green and pulled me from Skills USA. On June 1st, Miss Green got to go to Atlanta, even though she made decisions that impacted students poorly. I think this is very unfair that students did not put students' mental and emotional safety first, because when a student does something wrong, they get disciplined immediately. But when a teacher does something wrong, nothing happens, and the school admin tries to brush it under the rug. I know and I understand that Dr. Peixoto is doing everything he can, and I truly appreciate that. But I came to talk to you today to make you aware of what is going on, because I know that I am graduating on Friday, and nothing can be done to make me whole. All I ask is that you don't let this repeat and happen to another student. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lucas. We appreciate you coming. You sat through the whole meeting.
The board received an email from the Washoe County School Police Officers Association.
Okay, wonderful. Item 5.02, our next meeting announcement is June 23rd, 2026, 2 weeks from today. Item 5.03 is the meeting adjournment, and at 7:24 p.m., we are adjourned.